Hello, and welcome back to Sakuramoy. And let's get started with today's read through. From a short dream, I awoke. My Maho pierced Haru's Akumu. Haru's feelings were conveyed from the air. They were many words delivered from an unseen future. Yes, the Mirai. The scene I just saw is an event that hasn't happened yet. It's an event that will happen in this town many years from now. Haru, we haven't even met yet. But, seriously, Matak. All I can do is sigh. What are you doing? My future self. That desire to die, I should have overcome back in my distant childhood, and dragging that along again. Even I, my current self, can't even remember why I held such a wish. And then after spouting off about wanting to die again. As a result, what am I supposed to do after leaving Haru alone? That result. Then being saved by the girl I tried to protect, by Haru. What am I supposed to do? It's the continuation of the Akumu. And within it, I understood Haru's Maho. The night 10 years ago. The Maho Haru wished for under the quietly gaze upon full bloom, after we all defeated the enemy of all humanity, the Yoru no O.
おじいさん、私たちは出会わなければよかった。
To take on the Mirai's misfortunes that befell a loved one. That was the Maho young Haru wished for. Because Haru took on the misfortune and fate that would befall my Mirai without Maho. Haru, she had shouldered an inescapable fate of death. It was all for me. It was all my fault. The Mirai that would someday arrive. To avert the get that would befall me, Haru used her Maho. And now the present. I, in turn, used Maho to try and save Haru. I recall the words Haru's Akumu lamented.
お願いだから、これ以上先へは進まないで。
No matter how many times I use Maho, no matter how many times I return to the Kako, no matter how many times I try to start over, I finally understood here why nothing ever worked out. Haru, we were trying to help each other all along, weren't we? If I save you, I'll die in the Mirai. If you save me, you'll die in the present. You, me, you. Our feelings are clashing. Where is the Mirai we're supposed to reach? The Dangan. There's only one left. Alone in the deep, quiet night, Yoru, I muttered that to myself. Since then, several days have already passed. The student from this academy, Hiragi Haru, took her own life, and today the academy returned to its usual routine. This was because the outsider, who had been busily coming and going, determined it was a suicide and there was no foul play. Amidst all that, I what should I do? If I use Maho next, that'll be the end. I still haven't been able to use the Maho that remained. The one last time. Even if I use the Saigo no Maho and return to the clock tower's control room, what then? What should I do from there? I never had a way to confront the Akamu to begin with. My only buki was the Maho no Kenju, to return to that day via my own death, physical death in this world. It couldn't directly attack the Akamu. But now I can only reset one more time. If after using the last remaining Maho, Haru is killed by her own Akamu just like before, it's over. That would be the true end. I would no longer have any Maho to bring Haru back into my hands. But that doesn't mean I can just keep wasting time by dragging this out. I've decided. I'm going to save Haru. Even now that I know Haru's true intentions. I'm sorry, Haru, but my resolve only grows stronger. First, Haru, I want to meet you again and hear everything directly from you. I know you have a reason why you cannot do that. That reason was told in the continuation of the Akamu I just glimpsed. That's precisely why I need you to give me a proper explanation. Then no matter how much I agonize like this, I'll have to use Maho again someday. Hiragi Haru died. To rewrite that fact, I've been repeating such agony endlessly till today. In fact, I've mostly been holed up in my room at the Yume no Nedoko until today. It's not that I was moping. I was trying to figure out what I should do next in my own way. I was trying to find a glimmering hope somewhere along this dead-end path. My own way. Fruitlessly thinking is like resting. Despite racking my brain, no solution for the last shot ever materialized. It's not enough. I was constantly lamenting like that, always holding my head in my hands. No matter what, I'm still missing one more shot. I hardly exchanged any words with Tomohito, Chiwa, and Hiyori, even though it was the first time I've seen them in days. No one said anything, but in fleeting glances we exchanged, I think we understood each other's feelings beyond words. Why did this happen? That emotion, a mix of unease and sadness, still wavered deep in everyone's eyes. Even if I had one more dangan, even if things went exactly as I intended, I couldn't wipe away the sadness within them. Hiragi Haru in this time world is forever dead. Haru, what should I do? In my palm was the one, Maho no Dangan. I gripped it tightly, firmly. The class content was no different than before the incident. The answer to the problem I most need to solve now wasn't written on that blackboard. Even if just one life disappeared, this world will continue on indifferently, without any issues. With such a commonplace phrase, I wonder who was the first to describe this atmosphere. This kuki. At its triteness, I now feel a kind of heartburn. The chime. All of today's classes ended. I got ready to go home and stood up alone. No one called out to me from behind. I left the classroom. As I walked down the first floor hallway towards the entrance, Iruguchi, I noticed it. It was a courtyard flower bed. The center of the flowers planted there was rusting and shaking. I wonder what it is. Even as I murmured, I had a premonition. I've seen a sight like this very recently. A, a pure white tail and ears suddenly popped out from amongst the flower. Kuro? Oh, she's wearing the uniform. When I called her name, she readily showed her face.
Taiga.
By the way, where did she get the outfit? This isn't the world line where she should have the outfit, right? Our eyes meet. Her usual gesture, a slight tilt of her head. She looked as if she was about to show me her usual slightly embarrassed expression, as if to say, Mitsuketa. It was involuntary. The moment I saw Kuro's face, I almost cried out, Kuro, what do I do? What should I do? Please, I need you to help me think of a good way. I almost let out a cry of weakness, as if praying for her to bear at least half of the weight of this problem. A problem I should have to solve all by myself. But no, it's not about whether it's right or wrong to show weakness. Kuro, my aibo, or rather, taisetsu na kazoku. My price is solitude. The you standing before me now is the you I know, yet it's also not you. You're not the you from that time when I used your Sozoriku to create the Mahonodang Kenju. The time when you were with me trying to create the Maho to save Haru. If we assume that the very beginning was A, then this is already E. I left behind only a selfish debt for so many of you and rushed all the way here, believing that this was the best way to save Haru. Demo. Kuro, come in. Was I doing something terrible? Now, of all times, I was assailed by a feeling akin to guilt. What I was fighting against wasn't Haru's Akumu, nor Ume. Perhaps it was some kami-sama like something that created it. If that were the case, then wouldn't a tiny speck like me have no chance of winning from the start? So this solitude wasn't a price I chose for myself. Was it punishment from kami-sama? I couldn't help but think that. Gomen ne Kuro. Minna, please, forgive me. I know. I understand. Even though I apologize to the you here now, it won't reach her. To you, I should truly apologize to. I left far, far behind, in a place I can never reach again.
Taiga.
Suddenly, Kuro stood on her tiptoes and touched my cheek with her fingertip.
やっと追いついたよ。Taiga.
Whoa. No, maybe I'm overthinking it. There's no way this is the one from Timeline A. Or maybe it is. Huh? I held my breath.
タイガは歩くの早いから。私、いつだって君に追いつくの大変なんだ。ねえ、タイガ。
You softly called my name.
今まで、多分、タイガは一人でたくさん頑張ってきた。春のことを助けるために。
No.
そうだよね。
No way. This is the one from A? So Kuro is able to... Wait, no. No, maybe she just understands. It's either she's the one from A who traveled various world lines, or, you know, given the events and she noticed that Taiga was like very stressed and very, you know, not like himself. She kind of surmised that Taiga's been doing something. I wonder what is it? Huh? My lips were trembling. Doshite, Kuro? How do you know that? My voice was probably trembling too. Kuro was smiling at me.
わかるよ。私はおバカな子だけど、それだけはわかる。
I like how I'm listening to her voice right now. It sounds different. Like she has more confidence this time compared to her usual self.
だって私 私は君と一緒に魔法を作った私なんだから。
Oh yeah, okay, this is the one from A. How's she here? How wait, maybe each time he shoots himself, not only Taiga gets to go back, Kuro also gets to go back. I don't know, man. What's going on?
でもねタイガ、もしもそうじゃなかったとしても私はそうだって分かったはずだと思う。たとえ誰にも頼れなくてもタイガは一人で春を助けようとしてるはずだって。
どうして？
タイガは知らないだろうけど、タイガ、君はねとっても優しい子なんだよ。そんな君があんなことを放っておくなんてできない、絶対に。
Kuro, as clumsily as ever, said I must have worked incredibly hard on something difficult in many unknown places.
そんな君のこと私近くで見てはいられなかったけど、でもわかるんだよ。誰が何と言おうと君が何と言おうとタイガ、君はいっぱい頑張ってきたんだ。
I won't let you say it's not true. Absolutely not. I could feel such a strong will in Kuro's voice.
だからねタイガ、そんな君に渡したいものがあって、だから私も君のことを追いかけてやっとなんとかここまで。
I hugged her. Kuro's chisai no karada tightly.
タイガ、
The two of us then collapsed there, our knees buckling. Namida welled up. Kuro, with her small body, was desperately trying to hold me. I could clearly feel the tension of her arms wrapped around my back. How pathetic. What is wrong with me? Kuro, to be hugged by someone so much smaller than me, and not be able to hold back my namida. And yet, I couldn't stop my tears or my words. Kuro, gomen ne. I need you to listen.
聞いてる。
I want to say Haru. The feeling is absolutely correct. I will let even Kami-sama complain about it. It's that correct. So badly wanting to believe it, I stomped into the realm of the world's only immutable thing. Chikan, with muddy shoes and... I might have anchored something big. Really big, like Kami-sama or something of that magnitude. Wishing to say Haru is my ego. Haru herself is wishing she could just die, all for the sake of a piece of trash like me. I just resolve my feelings by escaping the different times. I ignore your feelings, left behind. This is my Batsu, truly. So, no matter how anxious, how scared, I kept telling myself I must never ever give up. No one is on my side. Not a single person I can rely on exists. I felt this loneliness was a punishment from Kami-sama. So I must never complain. I must not give up. I've been telling myself that. But having someone, just one person who liked me, somehow crossed time, shook out my loneliness and came to stay by my side. And that alone is enough. Kuro. Arigato. With just that, it felt like a flood of countless came crashing down in an instant. how long I had stayed like this. Your small chest smelled somewhat sweet. Like chocolate. Okay. The surroundings started to grow noisy with the rustling. Gomenne, Kuro. I still had so many to apologize and thanks to tell you, but I moved away from your chest. A slightly lonely face. Is feeling that way still just my ego? Because I'm like this, I only notice it now. If I look closely, Kuro is in her uniform. Kuro? That seifuku. It really suits you, Kuro. Totemo kawaii. When I told her that, Nekomimi weakly popped out from Kuro's head and swayed. Oh, she's capable of hiding her ears. Nice. I think this is the first time we've seen her do that. Okay, I'll be right back. I need to pick up my grocery. Weird timing, but I have to do it. I'll be right back. Okay. I haven't gone out. I just realized it's just like 1 hour from now. I thought it was now. Anyway, we'll continue. Avoiding many gazes, I moved to the clock tower's control room. What Kuro wanted to give me. That was a single dangan. Wait, this is new. BGM. It was clutched in Kuro's small, outstretched palm. This is...
魔法。
Kuro asked.
柊春の命を取り戻すために作った。大河と私の魔法だよ。
But Kuro, this is strange. The Maho no Dangan are only for 6 shots, aren't they? To think there were 7 shots. Then why didn't the 7th shot appear in my hand from the beginning?
猫の命は。
Oh, fuck! She gave up one of her lives, or rather, a portion of her life. Huh?
いっぱいあるから。
What did that mean? Perhaps anticipating my question, Kuro quickly spoke, as if to stop me from asking.
大河、この魔法が本当に本当の最後だよ。
With this, only Taiga can feel at ease and break through time once more. I received it from Kuro, nodded powerfully. Only me?
そう。私はこの先に、もう、大河とは一緒に行けない。
Huh? My heart skipped a beat.
もう、どんなに歩いても、走っても、叫んでも、私は君の隣には追いつけなくなる。
The sense of relief that had just reached me vanished completely the next moment. That's how it felt. Doshite. Why would that happen? To me, asking so weakly, Kuro gives her answer.
ここまでは、大河だけの魔法だった。
Huh?
この魔法は、大河と私、二人で作り上げたものだから。だから、この魔法を使うとき、大河一人だけじゃ、力の効果も半分になってた。
When I used the Maho for the very first time, Kuro knew the true nature of this Maho, knew the state of its price, and had run out of the room. There was no need to deliberately show her my final moments. With that thought, I pulled the trigger all by myself, but Kuro and I created this Maho together. Its raw material, like a gemstone, sleeps within both our hearts. So it might have been only natural that if only one of us used it, its effect would be halved. I was so desperate I couldn't think of such things. Earnestly, with the sole desire to save Haru, I ran, unable to focus on anything else. If I were to sugarcoat the present, that's what it would amount to.
でも、私は君に追いつけた。
How were you able to do that? Because I hesitated to use the last shot, I stopped.
だから、大河の魔法と私の魔法は ここで一つになれたよ。
つまり、
ここからようやく二人の魔法になるんだよ。タイガ。試してみたいことがあるんだよね。その魔法で。
necessarily true. What is the best way to save Haru? Until today, I repeatedly thought about it. The result was I was one shot short. That's the conclusion I reached. I had Kuro listen to that until we came to this control room. That wasn't as groundbreaking as it sounded, nor was it a method that would give astounding hope, because that relied too much on others. But Kuro told me it might be okay to believe in it.
おバカな私じゃ正しい答えなんてわからないけど、でもタイガ、君がそうしてみたいと思うなら、それは君の未来にとって大切なことで、きっとどこかに確かな希望があるからなんだよ。
So I want to bet all of our dreams on that hope, Kuro quietly said, but this is the cycle, I mutter. And Kuro won't be able to follow me anymore. She can't leave this time. That means if I use this, Kuro and I will... Kuro suddenly looked out the window, and then she says, Don't worry.
私は平気。こんなの何でもない。
Huh?
さよならには慣れてるし、タイガ、君の死体は私だけしか知らない場所に隠すから。
Okay. Kuro.
この時間の中のチワたちにはやっぱり悲しい思いをさせちゃうんだろうけど、せめて君の最後の姿だけは私だけの秘密にする。約束するよ。
Kuro said this in a voice that could be taken as somewhat brusque. No way. No, this is wrong. I don't want to force such a terrible role on you.
こんなの平気だよ。
Kuro says.
こんなちっぽけなさよならなんてすぐだよ。すぐに忘れちゃえるよ。君も私も。
Kuro says it's fine.
君たちの人生なんてたくさんのさよならの塊だ。これはね、タイガ、そのうちの一つでしかないんだ。だからほら、早く。
Huh?
早く魔法を使って引き金を引くんだよ、タイガ。
Wait. Tiger hasn't even thought about what to do.
私たちはずっと一緒にはいられない。初めからそういう関係だった。君がいつか大人になった時、私たちはそれでさよなら、もう会えない。それが今日だった。さよならがいつ来るかの違いでしかないんだよ。
Of course, we know what happens if Taiga goes nowhere with any of the rock girls, so yeah, commit suicide just to meet up Kuro.
ほら早く。どうしたの？あの日、あの時、あの瞬間、この場所で春が君を待ってるよ。
Kuro says that every time I use Maho and return to that day, that chikan, that moment, it's because my regret lies there. It's as if the moment regret sprouted and light was a safe point. Sure. This is the kind of Maho. Everyone's Maho is like that. It exists to crush heavy, painful regret. I gave Haru permission for Maho. I regretted that, so I returned to that night.
そう。
じゃあ、どうして? Why can't I go back before I gave permission? I can only ever return after I've already given permission.
それが君と私の限界だから。
Huh?
私たちは二人でようやく普通の人の一人分の想像力しか生み出せない。 そんな私たちの魔法が思い描いた通りに、想像通りに働いてくれないのは諦めるしかない。
Soka. Even if two incomplete people created hand in hand, this Maho is still a defective product, isn't it? It will bring about convenient Kiseki. Before giving Haru permission and after. Even though it should be a difference of just an instant, leaping past that point is the furthest thing for us, with our incomplete hearts.
でも、私たちの魔法は一つになった。ここから先は、もう無駄に世界が枝分かれするようなことはない。
Kuro says,
魔法の精度は相変わらずずれてしまったままだろうけど。
So I can no longer keep up by your side.
早くして、タイガ。
Sayonara should be quick. Kuro closed her eyes.
そうじゃないと、決意とか覚悟とか、そういうのがなくなって、怖くなってしまっても知らないよ。私はそこまで君の面倒なんて見てられない。
Arigato, Kuro. I wanted to say that. If you were kind to me like always, I'd never be able to use Maho. Yeah. Yamete. Gentle things, beautiful things. They always break so easily if you needlessly paw at them. So I'll go on like this. I always wanted to be smiling with you, but sacrificing that Yume, I decided to fulfill the Sugino Yume. I loaded the Saigono Dangan into the Kinju. Kuro said nothing, turning her back to me. I clocked the hammer. Kuro covered her ears with both hands. I pretended not to notice the small tremors in the back before me. Kuro stomped on the tear stains spilling at her feet, trying to hide them, but they kept spilling. She shook her cradle head slightly. Kuro. I wouldn't close my eyelids. Sayonara. She had always watched over me from somewhere. I kept my gaze fixed on that small back firmly. Sayonara. Bye-bye. Gomenne. Hontoni. This Nagai is far too selfish. But even so, I desperately wanted to say just one thing. Gomen, Kuro. Onegai. Shiawase ka. With that as my signal, I pulled the trigger. A sharp impact pierced my head. My vision was swept away by the intense heat. But in the end, I definitely saw it. You, so small, desperately caught me as I fell.
頑張れ、タイガ。
Tightly, I was embraced.
いつも君のことだけ思ってる。
Only that voice reached me in the end. I collapsed to my knees. All sorts of things dug heavily into my heart, into my body. It was heavy. It hurt. The surging impact of death, vomiting, and the lonely feeling of I somehow managed to suppress the urge to cry. That's all I can do. I hear her voice. With my head still on the floor, I look up.
タイガくん。
Haru was looking at me with a surprised expression.
急にどうしたの？大丈夫？
Haru, I wanted to hold you right now. I can't help but think of your heart, which I glimpsed after shooting through the Akumu. And yet, どうして? Right now, no matter what, I couldn't bring myself to feel that way. Haru, 俺は。
何？タイガくん。
I found out everything, Haru.
全部って。
I told Haru everything. How I returned to this Yoru many times like this. How I shocked to the Akumu with Maho and learned about the regret digging in her heart. It would have been better if we had never met. That was your regret. To take on that misfortune that visits a loved one's mirai. That was the true nature of the kibble you wished for. And the price you had to pay to obtain that kiseki was... Haru had no smile. She's deadly pale. Her lips are trembling. Her expression was colder, more frozen than I'd ever seen. Haru shook her head weakly, stepping back one, then 2 paces.
ダメ。そんなのダメだよ。
涙。
それを知られてしまったら、知られてしまったって分かったら、私。
1, 2, and they begin to fall. Plink, plink.
私、もう、魔法を使えない。
Wait, that's the weak point of her Maho. Literally, it stops because someone finds out her. Wait, huh? What do you mean? Large tears spill from Haru's eyes.
大学のこと、あなたのこと、私はもう助けられない。私の魔法は、その効果は誰にも話しちゃいけないし、誰にも知られちゃダメだったんだよ。大学。
That's right. That's exactly right. That's your price. I learned that too in your Akumu. That's why Haru can no longer use her Maho. Haru, Hiragi Haru. The price worthy of her wish was, it was that neither the true nature nor the effect of the Maho, nor the reason it became necessary, could be known or spoken of by anyone. Just as in the distant future, she couldn't tell anyone in the future in the world the truth, that she was being kidnapped by her Okasan. That's why Haru lied to me, saying, I want to see those sakura bloom with you. That's my Yume. And because that's my Yume, onegai, I beg you, could you grant permission for my Maho? She couldn't tell me the truth, not just because she expected that even if she did. Her Maho wouldn't be granted. It was a kiseki, too fragile, one that would instantly vanish if spoken of or if known. That's why Haru couldn't tell anyone the truth, decided alone jump from the clock tower's control room window. Yeah, at this point, she must have decided to jump, but you certainly did jump. From that small control room window, I saw that future myself. Not being able to tell anyone must have been loneliness. I can understand that feeling, if only a little now. For a long time, I leaped across worlds, thinking I don't want this. Searching for a future with you, I thought I had no allies. So I should be able to understand your feelings, at least a little. That's why saying, why didn't you tell me or anything like that? I can't bring myself to blame you, not even a little. Haru, the regret hidden in her heart was that the person died because they met me, that we should never have met. That's what it meant. Therefore, she had resolved to face this Yoru alone, without consulting anyone, steeling herself day by day. I hadn't noticed. I hadn't even tried to. Alright. Then Haru sank to the ground as if the thread of tension had snapped. And then a single word. That's not a word, but okay. She exhaled that single phrase. Okay, that's correct. As if letting out a sigh. From our joint hidaride, Haru's kako flowed into my kokoro. Haru's Okasan was murdered by a heinous kidnapper, and while the world plunged into the depths of sorrow, Haru wanted to plead that. Haru kept wishing that.
わかってください。
It's my fault. Only my fault.
私がおじさんからの電話に出なければ、私がお母さんの言うことをちゃんと聞いてれば、こんなことにはならなかった。絶対に。
But Haru, I couldn't plead that or wish for it to anyone. In front of strangers, I could only ever be the me they wanted. The me who couldn't say anything. The me who gave 4 smiles. The me who acted sad. If I did that, I could at least show a smile and feel relief. My heart was still huddled in that dark room. If I didn't live up to someone's expectations, I had no value as myself. Okasan was a Seigi no Mikata that everyone loved. I was a pitiful girl who continually subjected to terrible things by the man. Only the man was the evil villain. And those only tried to believe what they could see. And those only believed what they wanted to see. I hated it. I thought this world was wrong. I thought I hated myself like this. But nowhere in this world was there a place where I could love myself, where I could be happy. My precious side, it was all gone. So I ran away. I ran and ran. My bare feet that ran, my cheeks that fell countless times, were covered in scrapes, but I kept running, my small steps taking me anywhere.
ひどいよ、神様。
I arrive at Sakura no Mori. The sakura bloom in the sky. I looked up at. They were in full bloom, yet the season should have been past long ago. The old man had said, the Oji-san had said, with a slightly sad smile, that they would never bloom again. Yet those sakura were blooming, fluttering down, softly, lightly. A rain of fully bloomed flowers. The person who wished for the scenery the most is no longer here. They're gone. To bloom so beautifully and wildly at that moment. Truly, it's cruel. How spiteful is the world we live in. In the place where the old Oji-san lost his life, I simply gazed at the sight of the Yozora filled with the spring colors.
おじさん、私の夢叶えてくれるって言ったのに。
I wanted us to look up at it together, smiling, holding hands. But our hearts would never truly connect. Even I, small as I was, gradually came to understand. And so I should have given up. No matter how much I wish, I, small as I was, wouldn't be chosen to be by the old man's side. So I should have been wishing for the person living in the old man's heart to please be by his side. So I prayed for the sakura to bloom. I wished for the Oji-san to be reunited with his Taisetsu no Hito. The mirai where the person I love is happy the best. Even if I can't be by his side at that smile. No, it's better I'm not there, because we shouldn't have met. And yet, na, kami-sama, Oka-san.
どうしてこんなことになってしまったのかな。
We shouldn't have met. Only such words and thoughts, along with the soft, lightly fluttering flowers, seemed to accumulate in my heart. Was I tired from continuously running? Did I perhaps come to think that even breathing was a bother? It seems to have fallen asleep without realizing it. Thunk, thud. I heard the sounds of wheels sliding on tracks.
おはよう、柊春。君の後悔をもらいに来たよ。
Was it because those sakura bloom? Or was it because the Oji-san who wished for them? The Oji-san who seemed to have kept helping many. I, who fell asleep, gazing up at the fully bloomed sakura, awoke in the mysterious Yoru world. The Oji-san spoke up. The Chisai no Yoru no Kami-sama, waiting for my awakening, said nothing about the circumstances. only asking me if I had a Yume I wanted to fulfill. Yume. I surely nodded. And so I was led to the Yoru no Mahoutsuki's hideout. The Yoru no O, enemy of all humanity. I was taught that if I defeated him, not only would humanity's Mirai would be saved, but even my own. It's Maho. The Mahoutsukai promised us that she would let us use the kiseki that would dispel the greatest hardship in my life, even in the outside world. I swore to defeat the Yoru no O. I had no hesitation.
私には
I have someone I want to get back. I want to deliver Shiawase to that person's Mirai.
あの人の隣にあの人が一番大切に思う人を届けたい。
Just as I was led out of that dark room, I want to give Kibo to that person. No matter how incredibly far away here, where I was brought, might be. Kami-sama's Densha is one way, even if I can never return to my original time period. From that Yoru, along with the other boys and girls gathered in the same way, I was taught various things by the Mahoutsukai to fight the Yoru no O. But suddenly I feel lonely on nights I sleep alone. At such times, I clutch it. The ketai had broken once. I'd taken it out that room like a charm and kept it hidden in my pocket. When I see that ketai, I can't help but remember. Inside that dark room, in the short time before sleeping, I can't help but think of the calls that used to come from that person. I always wish I could hear their voice, even though I knew they wouldn't agree. I wanted to tell them I love you countless times. I couldn't help but feel that way.
やっぱり
After all, Oji-san was a hero to me. He wasn't a bad person. That's what I wanted to tell him. I don't even know his name. I don't even know what kind of person he is. But that's how all Seigi no Mikata are. They rush to help suffering children and leave without saying their name. So they're basically Giga Chads. Okay, got it. Oji-san, who saved me, my hero, has gone impossibly far away, but I even thought if I could just talk to you one more time, all these lonely feelings would instantly be rewarded.
魔法だ。
Inside this world of mysterious night. Huh? Like, is it literally the world of mysterious night, or this is meant to say Yoru no Kuri? Maybe. There exists Maho. Everything I sozo transforms into Maho. Could I cast a spell on this ketai? Trap my loneliness inside it somehow? That's what I found myself wondering.
話したい人がいるか。しかもここではない別の未来に。それができたら、ハル、君はどうするつもりなのかな？
I answer the question by the Yoru no Mahoutsukai like this.
この携帯電話でもしも未来を生きてるおじさんとつながれたなら
I want to warn my Oji-san. Onegai. Onegai! Don't think about helping me. But I couldn't put it into words properly. I was just that young then. At that point, we still hadn't defeated the Yoru no O. It was like whining for a reward without having done any work. And yet I never expected the Yoru no Mahoutsukai to nod in agreement. So all I could do was stand there in silence.
条件がある。
When I fell silent, the so-called Yoru no Mahoutsukai spoke up.
これから君も一緒にお夕飯だけでもいいから私たちと食べよう。ハル、君はいつも笑顔だけれど、でも不思議だな。何か思い詰めているように私には見えるけれど。
I like how this is Asahi-san basically saying, your tricks don't work on me.
ああ、まあね。うん。他の子らと同様に解決しがたい悩みがあるからこそ、今人生に奇跡を求め、こうして君は私の目の前にいるんだろうけれど。 とにかくさ、あまり思い詰めすぎても願いは叶わないよ。
そうなんですか？
ああ、人間は悩んではいけない生き物なんだよ。悩んだら悩んだ分だけ夢は遠ざかっていく。だから明るく生きれるならそれが一番なんだ、きっとね。その近道は美味しいご飯だ。私はそう思うな。さて春、私の提案を受け入れてくれたらいいよ。その携帯電話に魔法をかけよう。
The Mahotsukai was smiling.
夜の中でも夜の外ででも自由自在に君の話したい誰かの電話とつながるように、そんな魔法を特別だ。君にだけ送ろう。
There was no reason to refuse. I nodded. That Mahotsukai's egao makes me feel a strange nostalgia. I remember the meals I ate with my Oji-san, and my eyes welled up a little. Then, at some evening meal, one of the many Asai-san apologized. Gomen. The usual Maho just needs a little more time, and then she called my name.
なあ春、
はい。
君は町の施設で寝起きしているらしいね。私の妹がそれを見たんだって言ってたけれど。
はい、そうです。
そうか、あの子の見間違いかとも思ったが本当だったんだな。
That immortal of hers is so incredibly shy that she still hasn't showed her face to me. So someone I don't know saw me. A strange feeling came over me as I listened to Asai-san's story.
魔法や魔法少女について学ぶ会、満月の夜会が終わると君も他のみんなと同じようにここを出ていくから、てっきり帰る場所がちゃんとあるものだと思ってたよ。
ごめんなさい。別に嘘をつくつもりじゃなかったんです。ただ。
うん、分かってる。私を心配させたくなかったんだよな。
Am I wrong? Asai-san seemed to ask.
君は優しい子だ。それくらいの想像はつくよ。どうかな、間違ってるかな。
いいえ、正解だと思います。
I don't know if I'm kind or not, I thought, forcing a smile as I answered. Outside the Yumeno Nedoko, that is, outside of the Yoru, I had no kazoku, because here is a chikan I don't know. That's why I was entrusted to the facility on the mountain. What kind of adults took me there after I'd been wandering aimlessly through town? Thought it was after being passed around to various places, though it was after being passed around. The Mahotsukai, who hadn't known about it until tonight. Asai-san looked very sad. That's tonight's dinner tasted a little better than usual. Asai-san had been so kind to me. She fed me warm meals until I was full. But for some reason, every time, I remembered Oji-san, and I feel lonely and sad. My heart a mess. Even though I should have been happy to be treated kindly, I sometimes went home alone and cried. So we ate dinner together more. Asai-san's One-san appeared, and sometimes an unknown boy joined us. I think those times were enjoyable. I grew to love Asai-san and her Imoto Toya. The shy Toya, who had grown fond of someone like me, seemed incredibly cute. And yet, Gomen.
私はやっぱりおじさんの隣でしか私の好きな私にはなれないみたい。
In front of Asai-san, I only ever put on a polite smile. I don't want to disappoint someone who's so kind to me. I don't want to be disliked, especially because I like her. I'm scared. Kawaii. Asai-san says I'm a kind child. If I'm not the kind child she expects, if I'm not a good child, will she eventually stop paying attention to me? Myself unable to truly trust Asai-san somewhere deep in my heart.
大嫌い。
Ah, that's right. When I'm beside Asai-san, that side of me emerges, so perhaps my heart aches somewhere. I hated that side of me. If only my Nagai could come true. Just one more time with him I want to talk to. If I could just speak one more word with him, I might remember the me I used to like. That's what I thought. I love how I could naturally smile when I talked to him. When I walked with him, I couldn't hate the me. He would try to keep pace, jogging a little, and I cherish him for noticing me like that, slowing his step. With the me, will we never meet again? I'm always holding on to wishes that can't come true. Even for me, who tells so many lies. Asai-san cast Maho on my ketai, just as she promised. Ketai denwa.
その電話があれば誰とでも話せる。相手がどこにいようとも。
誰とでも。
ああ、番号さえ分かればな。それさえ分かっていれば、距離が離れていようと、そこに時間と時間の隔たりまであったとしても、そんなものは余裕で飛び越え、つながることができる。まずは、そうだな。とりあえずそこの骨董品だ。あの古い黒電話だよ。その番号を携帯に登録しておいた。お使いに行った先から電話を使ってみようか。
お使い？
ああ、そうだよ。今から君には夜の中にある大きな駅で、時の終着駅に並ぶお店で、この魔法を作るのに必要なものを買ってきてほしいんだ。
After I bought the necessary ingredient, I would complete the maho and try using it experimentally on the spot. That was the keikaku. Asai-san said the ingredients needed for the maho were hana. Tokubetsu no hana sold at the terminal station at a time.
そしてその魔法が花開くのに必要なのはもう一つ。
Asai-san stroked my head, saying, "You need your unique maho. You're good at making hana bloom with it," and smiled. Watashi. And so, in the Yami, where I went on the Mahotsukai's errand for a long, long time, I suddenly met the person I've been searching for all along. My very own hero. The small control room is a large clock tower. Huddled together there, we were sitting. Tick-tock, tick-tock. I hear the sound of the Yoru filling the town. But Asa should be close now. In the distant Yozora, the presence of the Taiyo was beginning to seep through. And yet, something's wrong. Several hours should have already passed since Haru and I holed up in this room. What's going on? It should be long past time for him to show up. Bro, don't you remember that the Maho couldn't activate anymore? And yet, that guy, Haru's Akumu that took form within the Yoru, still hasn't appeared, no matter how much time passes. It's also true that it doesn't always appear at the exact same time. Sometimes it was a little early, other times a little later than the last time. But the discrepancy was always only a few minutes. The cause of these slight deviations is my reset Maho. Every time I pull the trigger of my Maho, the timeline branches off at this Yoru. Even as I do this, the bed the bad end timelines I carelessly create continue without disappearing. As for those timelines, there's no room for the natural guilt I should feel. Gomen, not yet. Not yet. The Akumu not always appearing at the same time, and differing ways of killing Haru are likely effects of my Maho. However, something like this, a deviation of several hours, has never happened before. No, I wonder about that. It was the very first Yoru. Even then, I didn't encounter Haru's Akumu, though what happened to Haru herself is now impossible for me to know. The Yorus until now, and this Yoru. If I'm looking for a difference, there's only one. I shot through Haru's Akumu with the Maho of the Kenju, and I learned Haru's Kokoro. Did the Akumu disappear from within Haru at that moment? Could my Maho have destroyed it? But that happened in the previous timeline. It seems that there's no reason it could affect this Yoru. That is, considering only the information I currently possess. I don't know. No matter how much I ponder, it's all things I can't seem to understand right now. But I have a bad feeling. It's an unfathomed anxiety, but something I couldn't even imagine be happening right now. I can't help but think of that. But at the same time, it's a very strange feeling. A baseless premonition is starting to form within me, as if the Akumu won't appear anymore. Haru's Maho is the person who came to bear the fate of death by meeting the young Haru. Her own life taking on that misfortune. The cause is I can't tell anyone. No one must know. Yeah, isn't that the thing? Because she can no longer pay the cost, so the Maho wouldn't activate. And the Akumu wouldn't be there to do the Akumu stuff. The cost is like a restraint Haru imposed upon herself. To attain the Maho one desires, a corresponding cost must be paid, like a catalyst. That's the rule for bringing Maho outside the Yoru. This much of a cost fitting for the Maho she sought. Haru set her own heart that way. That's why Haru has carefully and dearly protected her Maho until tonight. But tonight, that cost was broken. Haru can no longer use her Maho. But Haru had imposed an additional penalty on herself. If the cost is broken, the fate of death won't be removed from my Mirai. Furthermore, Haru herself will bear the fate of death she tried to remove. Haru had sozoed within the Yoru that such a troublesome cost was necessary to attain the Maho to save human lives. I learned the truth of the Maho. Okay, so that's why he's still worried about the Akumu, because she added an additional cost. Okay, got it. The moment Haru realized I had learned the truth, the Shinjitsu, she too became burdened with the same fate of death as me. So the Akumu also disappeared from Haru. As a result, Haru, who had broken the Maho's cost, no longer needed to be killed by the Akumu. Therefore, the Akumu disappeared? My current understanding is that because she can no longer pay the price, the Maho was off. Therefore, nothing happened. No, we know from the previous routes that even if your Maho just basically failed. No, wait, no. In the previous routes, Taiga was always still able to use his Maho. But if you couldn't even pay it in the first place, I guess the Maho doesn't even take into it. The cost isn't retrieved, right? Because the previous two routes, in Hiyori's route, he ended up using his Saigo no Maho, but it ended up being so useless that it basically did nothing for him. But because he was able to use it, he ended up being lost all the time. And in Shiwa's route, it was a route where he successfully used the Saigo no Maho to get to the Yoru. So yeah. Anyway, okay, it's time for me to go out to get my grocery. 1 hour-ish ago, no, actually that was 40 minutes. Yeah, I thought it was that time, but now it's time. Anyway, I'll be right back. Should be less than 30 minutes, maybe. But we'll be instant for you guys. I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let me read this again. I look at Haru's profile as she sits beside me. Haru had been gripping my hand the whole time. We were sitting on the floor of the clock tower's control room, close enough for our shoulders to touch. It was because I had suggested we stay like this until morning, in case Haru's Akumu was still lurking somewhere. And we just stayed silent. Hours of such silence had accumulated between us. Haru, what are you thinking right now? I ruined your Maho. Even if I learned of its true nature, if I just kept quiet and not told Haru, the Maho wouldn't have disappeared and would still be within her. The price would not have been broken. But no, that's wrong. It was precisely because I felt it shouldn't be that way that I told Haru. Whatever the reason, I want to talk to you properly again. And I want to steel myself, even though I came back here, resetting, with that thought in mind. Silence. The two of us are just quietly waiting for Asa to come. Perhaps I could peer into Haru's kokoro from her hand gripping mine, even though I can't yet freely wield the power of Yoru. We should already have that kind of relationship. But I felt I couldn't do that to Haru. No, it's not that I can't do it, but that I don't want to. From now on, I want to confirm our feelings with Haru, through words as much as possible. So summoning just a little Yuki, I asked Haru when she had noticed. For the first time in several hours, I opened my mouth. Even though you shouldn't have known their name or anything. How did you... Nah, Haru. How did you realize that person was future me? Haru says, still looking down.
多分この手だよ、大河君。
Oh well, we're so back to Chiwa. Remember about when Chiwa explained, told that the first reason she mentioned that she liked when she fell in love with Taiga was because of holding his hand or something. Of course, later on we find out it's because somehow she remembered Nahato. But like here, it's I like this. They're reusing the logic. Actually, I think hands are very important in this story. You know, I think hands is a very important thing in the story. At least for Chiwa and now for Haru. I don't remember if hands is important for Hiyori. Maybe there is. Anyway. How to squeeze my hand tightly.
10年前の夜の中、二人で迷子になってしまった時のこと、覚えてる
10年前. Loss. Only one thing came to mind at that word. Michael. Because of my wish to become a hero, I acted recklessly, and as a result, I couldn't save Azusa-senpai. In fact, I abandoned Azusa-senpai. No one blamed me for it, but the childish heart that was disappointed in myself back then still torments me to this day. That's why I can never forget. We were pulled by Azusa-senpai's Shinyu and taken into some future time, but we walk hand in hand through a strange space, darker than midnight. I think that could certainly be called getting lost.
そうだね。電話に出たクロちゃんが助けてくれて、私たち夜より深い真っ黒の中を歩いたよね。
At that time, I held Haru's hand like this, making sure I never let go, and walked on and on. I absolutely had to save this girl. Otherwise, I'll never be able to forgive myself for the rest of my life. I must have thought that way. Haru says that, looking at my too small back, she realized, moshikashite.
あなたの話し方や、あなたのふとした癖だとか、そんな小さなものが、もしかしてって、私の中に重なっていって。
And the clincher, Haru says with that one phrase.
大河君はきっと覚えてないよね。
Then looking at me for the first time, Haru smiled weakly.
ヒーローになりたい。 つかあなたが私の隣でつぶやいたその一言で、ああそうか、この人だって思ったの。それにあなたの隣だと素直になれた。みんなの前だと元気な私を期待されてて、そうじゃないと愛されないんだって思って、少しだけ勝手に疲れてた。でもね、あなたの隣で私はもう一度なりたい私になれた。
Shy, cried easily, couldn't meet eyes. No fear of being disliked for not meeting expectations. She could just naturally smile.
もうこの世界のどこにも私が幸せになれる場所はなくなってしまったんだって思ってたのに。
And yet,
ずっと探してたその場所がまさかこんなところにあったなんて。
this was the kako, where Hiragi had. It was a time even before she was born. Naturally, it wouldn't be strange even if that person had been a small child. Realizing that, I gasped at the encounter, which felt too much like it was orchestrated. They said that Haru was crying silently right behind me in that dark space, as I led her by the hand.
すごいって思った。話し方とか仕草とか、そんな些細なことで私は少しずつだけどあなたに気づけて、そんな自分を褒めたいって思ったんだよ。
In the distant future, that person said my feelings of ski were just a childish phase, and I would soon forget them. But that's wrong.
やっぱり私、あなたのことが大好きなんだって、この気持ちは勘違いなんかじゃないんだって。大河くん、あなたに手を引かれながら思ったの。そしてね、大河くん、私は同時に分かってしまったんだよ。
Nani? What in the world did Haru understand?
私が愛したあの人とは本当に短い時間しか一緒にいられなかったけれど、でも気づいてた。その心の中にはいつも私の知らない誰かがいた。あの人の心の中にずっと住んでいた人、それが誰だったのか、あなたに手を引かれながら私は分かったの。
That's why Haru supposedly gave me the Maho Ketai.
私たちが迷子になってしまったあの夜を境に、クロちゃんは大河くんのそばにあまり帰ってこなくなった。
Yeah, I think Kuro paid something to help them get back and all. I don't think she would I don't think it was just as simple she picked up the phone and told Asahi-san about it. I felt like there's something else that Kuro did.
大河くん、気づいてたかわからないけど、本当にね、寂しそうだったよ。
They said that was the profile I, as an adult, often showed in the future world.
だから私は大河くんの隣にあの子の笑顔を届けたかった。
My Yume is to bring the person most important to you to your side. That was also one of my Yume that sprouted in the future, where I was kidnapped into the light by that person.
おじさんは小さな私には絶対に振り向いてくれない。そして小さな頃のあなたも同じ。ずっとたった一人を思い続けてる。 私にはそう見えたし、そんなあなたのことを私は好きになったんだって思えた。
I know this is a serious moment, but suddenly I thought something diabolical right now. Haru's into NTR. Light rain. Anyway, let's continue.
だからそれでいい。私の大好きな場所はあなたの一番大切な人に送りたい。大好きな人が幸せになれるなら、これから先の私の人生、ただの一度だって笑えることがなくなってしまってもいいって思えた。
Because I believe that was my way of repaying the short time I spent with you, and all the words that brought a faint light to my heart.
私が神様からもらえる予定の幸せを全部あなたに送りたいって思ったの。
Giving me the Maho no Kete Denwa was meant as a declaration of my intent to yield my side to Kuro.
きっとあの子が、クロちゃんがあなたの未来を救ってくれる。絶対にいつかの未来、あなたが私なんかと出会うようなことにはさせないはずだ。
If it's that girl who loves you, she'll surely lead you to a Shiawase Mirai. I believe that.
だから私が魔法なんて使わなくっても大丈夫。もう平気。
They say that because she thought that, Haru decided to leave us. The ones who came to pick up Haru, who happened to be living in an institution, were kind elderly adults who couldn't have children. Let's live with us. I was told that. We will strive to make you happy, that you'll forget all the lonely things that rained down on you until now. We promise. With smiles, and encouragement, and warm rice. It's very important, the warm rice. I guess the institution doesn't give warm rice. And a soft hand extended to me. Haru nodded to all that kindness and left this town.
ごめんなさい。
Huh?
嘘だよ。
Uso?
本当は嫌だっただけ。一番大好きなあなたの隣で誰かが笑顔でいるのを見ることが、あなたが誰かのそばで幸せそうにしている姿をただ見つめ続けていなきゃならないことが、想像しただけでも嫌。胸が痛い。息ができない。涙ばかりが。
Oh well, I guess she didn't like Night Rain all this time. That's good, actually. That's why Haru took the hand that was offered at just the right moment.
私の一番大切なあなたの隣をあなたの一番大切な人に送りたい。自分で選んだことなのに、そこに後悔はないはずなのに。
そのなのに。
そんな二人を見ていたら、私はきっとこう考えてしまう。
どうして？ Why can't I be there?
どうして私はあの子じゃないの？どうして神様、どうして私、あの人の大好きな人に、クロちゃんに生まれてこれなかったの？
She must have thought that countless times and cried countless times.
そんな風に自分のことしか考えられない私はどうしても好きになんてなれそうになかったから。そんな自分が私の中に生まれてなんて欲しくなかったから。
That's why I just ran away from the two of them, Haru said.
本当は
Alright.
本当はね、もう二度とこの町に戻ってくるつもりはなかった。10年前、朝日さんの計算ミスって言っていいのかな。とにかくそういう風な不都合で私たちは夜の外に魔法を持ち出すことはできなかった。
That meant that despite fighting the Yoru no O, with their lives on the line, they couldn't fulfill their yume.
最初から一方 通行の片道切符でこの時間にやってきた。だから元の時間に戻ることもできないし、戻れたとしてもそうするつもりもなかった。それでも私に不都合はなかった。私の願いはあの人が幸せになること。ただそれだけが叶えばいい。それ以上を望んではいけない。そう思ってた。その過程として私は手に入れた最後の魔法であの人の身に起こる不幸を肩代わりしようとしていただけだから。
That process doesn't necessarily have to be my maho. I was able to give him a connection to the person most important to him. It's maho. No matter how far apart they are, as long as they have that maho, the two of them can talk. I'm sure their hearts will never part now. My maho must have guided that person. Oji-san's mirai to shiawase. We shouldn't have met.
クロちゃんなら大丈夫。どんな未来を歩もうと、あの人の不幸の根源みたいな私なんか近寄らせない。絶対。
Yes, I wanted to believe that.
だから私は今度は私自身の歩いていくべき道を探さなきゃって。
In a poor town far from Sanzen town, Sakura had vaguely tried to somehow envision her own mirai. Within Haru's kokoro, the words of the Yoru no Mahotsukai, Hinokai Asai-san, always echoed.
限りある時間を生きる君たちの人生は一瞬一瞬がそれそのものが美しい歌や絵画や物語と同等なんだと私は思うよ。
Moments that we, who can only live eternally, cannot understand or reach those parts, must be hidden in your future.
だから私たちはいつも君たち人間に憧れるんだ。君たちのように生きてみたいと願うんだ。だからな、子供たち、美しく生きろよ。
Oh no, it's over for... Kofuku de ikiru yo. Kofuku ikiru. It's over for that. Oh my god. We can't live happily anymore. Now we live beautifully. Wait, I'll pause. I need to post that shit. Okay, let's continue. The Mahotsukai said,
君が大人になって私たちのことが見えなくなっても、私たちはいつでもそばで君の人生を見つめてる。
We will be by your side, watching the way of life you choose. Whether you live as I wish or not, or choose to live in some other way, we will continue to support that path. Whenever you're in the pinch, we want to lend our strength. That's what we wish.
人の命にはそれぞれ乗り越えるべき命題のようなものが生まれながらに刻み込まれているように思えることがよくある。その命題をクリアしようが途中で諦めてしまおうが、どんな風に生きたって必ずだ。
Wait, this is literally reminding me of Subahimi right now.
きっと君たちが懸命に生き抜いた人生は同じように辛い思いを抱えて生きる誰かの勇気になるはずだ。その誰かが君にとって何より大切な人であることを祈ってるよ。
In another way, not literally the same, but like It was 10 years ago, when I was a child. At the full moon soiree, it was one of the many stories that the Mahotsukai told to the children. My life, the long time that will continue from now on. How should I use it? Asahi-san had said, works that people's hearts spin and create, whatever they are like letters. Well, whatever you combine Suwabi and the Sakura no series. They are the cheers sent to people living in the future who are suffering from something similar to oneself now. The I no Yuki no Uta. I hum with Oji-san echoed in my heart.
あの歌みたいに未来へ届くほどの美しい何かと同じくらい私の命が価値あるものになれるとはどうしたって思えないけれど。
God damn it. I honestly, man, it sucks when you really think yourself that way, man. But yeah, some people. What kind of painting can I draw in this life? On this destiny? What kind of uta can I sing in this life? Will it be something that can encourage someone suffering? My beautiful way of life is a way of life where I can love myself. God damn it, man. God damn it. And live as if always watch. When choosing, will I love myself for it? Will it lead to a future that encourages someone? And so the present I accumulate is in my tegami. Whether that tegami, that kokoro, those kotoba, will reach the person in the marai, I don't know, shiranai.
でもそういう風に誰かの笑顔を祈れるような生き方をできたなら。
It would truly be like quietly listening to a favorite song, like gazing at a beautiful painting, like sighing over a story etched with soul. Could this not give life to the heart of someone suffering now? I was vaguely, truly vaguely thinking such a thing. Arigato. Thanks to all of you, I was able to live happily. Jesus Christ, even if only for a short time. My mind is so mind broken by the phrase "live happily," man. Jesus Christ, it's so mind broken by that one fucking phrase, man. A night steep in deep, deep sorrow. In the Yami, I heard a faint sound of a small bell.
やっと見つけた。
Oh shit! Could have reverted into a koneko. I turned around and saw a koneko. A kuroneko. A small bell dangled from his collar.
もしかして。
I know that, Kotomo. It's already been 10 years since I was involved with the Wonderland. Even so, I, who probably haven't quite become an adult yet, still hadn't forget that child and remembered her clearly.
クロちゃん。
I tried calling her name. Good. I haven't forgotten her. I felt relieved, but it was also true that I lacked a little confidence. Why is she wearing her full outfit? You know, she also has her cloak. Koro-chan stood up and immediately transformed into a human. She was wearing a deep hood. She must have been through a lot to get here. She looked so utterly exhausted that I couldn't help but imagine it. You know what? I'm wondering. Yeah, I feel as if this is a different Koro from the Koro that we met from the previous timeline. But before I could offer words of comfort, I found myself wondering, どうして?
どうしてクロちゃんがこんなところにいるの？
You're supposed to be by his side. Taiga's side. You're supposed to gaze at his egao. You're supposed to protect his mirai. I wish for you to keep walking by his side forever. どうして?
あなたがこんなところに。
As I murmured that, I suddenly felt sad. Tears that I held back until now began to well up. To me, Kuro-chan blinked her large eyes and said,
春、
calling my name softly.
あの町に、桜の森に、帰れる？
She glanced at me anxiously,
お願い。
clutching her fist tightly.
あなたがいないと、大河が、大変に。
Oh no, this is her usual pose. It's just that she's wearing her cloak right now. Kuros tightly sealed her lips.
大河くんが、何？どうしたの？
She took a deep breath, but then Kuro looked down.
私は、大河のそばにいられない。そばにいるけど、いられないの。どうしても。どういうこと？ごめんなさい。
Kuro shook her head, trembling.
私、バカだから、大河以外の人とも、上手に話せないから。
So she can't explain properly. Gomen. Gomen. Kuro kept repeating that. She also pulled her hood even deeper.
お願い、春。あなたの夢も、魔法も、どんなものだったのか、私たちは知らないけれど、お願い。どうか大河に、その夢を叶えさせてあげて、欲しくって。だから、
From there,
私は、
Kuro, still looking down, spoke haltingly about what were probably her circumstances.
大河が夢を叶えるには、春だけじゃない。君たち、全員の夢を、大河は叶えなくちゃダメって。だから、
Kuro kept talking about something, her words broken as if she were out of breath. But I'm sorry. Her voice barely reached my ears. I realized. I want you to return to the Sakura no Mori for me. When told that, I realized that I had another reason for running away from that town, from the two of you.
怖かった。私は、
I was afraid of dying. My Namida fell. I don't mind sacrificing this life for that person, just as that person saved me. I want to give you a Mirai too, a dazzling Mirai beyond what I can imagine. That's how it was supposed to be, but
私、どうしても、怖くって。
that's why I ran away from that town.
あなたたち二人が幸せになるのを見るのが辛い。私の手の届かない場所に、クロちゃん、あなたが大河君を連れて行ってしまう。でも、私にはその背中を見送ることしかできなくて、それが悲しかった。
That miserably existed.
でも、
I was just simply scared. Scared of dying. So scared I couldn't help it. So I thought, if Kuro is next to that person, he'll be fine. I felt like I had cleverly made an excuse not to use Maho, and convinced myself of it all on my own. Keeping up on that love for the sake of my cherished ones. Mirai, a pitiful girl. Whereas I was playing such a role, and somewhere I was indulging in it. Is my heart still trapped in that dim room after all? No. I hate that me. But
それはもう、10年も昔の私の話だから。春？
Kuro-chan, looking somewhat dumbfounded, tilted her head. The bell on her collar made a cute sound. Relying on the sound of the bell and the shining little paw prints, we, 10 years ago, were able to walk through the pitch black darkness. Remembering that, I suddenly smiled.
もう大丈夫。今の私なら、きっと、 できるよ。
Kuro-chan, I can't tell you the himitsu of my maho either. If I tell you, the maho will instantly disappear. So I'll accomplish it alone. I'm not my past self anymore.
まだまだ子供な私でも、あの時よりはずっと、心も大きくなれたはずだから。
That's right. The me now. Even if I'm scared, I can use that maho for that person. That should become my song of love and courage. Even if I must deceive my loved one, I will see it true. That's my uta. Such a mirai will be a uta only I can sing.
今度こそ本当に、私の魔法で、あなたの隣に、あなたの未来に、大河くん、あなたの可愛い幸せを、届けるよ。
I swore that to my life. I'm ready to return to that town. I told Kuro that. Then Kuro-chan smiled. The first time I saw your smile, it was tottemo kawaii. Yeah, I see. I guess I can't win against that, I think. It's such a kawaii no... Cute girl smiled and she said she loved you and was always by your side. That's right. And that's the case. Even I would have no choice but to fall completely in love with this girl. That's why, when my past self wished for Kuro-chan to be by that person's side, that part, at least, wasn't a mistake. I felt that way. So I smiled back at Kuro-chan.
大丈夫。安心して。とは、言い切れないかもだけど。でも、私に任せて。私の魔法が、きっと大河くんの助けになるはずだから。
Then Kuro-chan closed her eyelids, as if relieved, and just like that she collapsed to her knees. I frantically tried to catch her, but before my outstretched hands could touch her, it was strange. Kuro-chan's small body seemed to melt into the blackness of the Yoru and vanish. Wait, what? What happened to Kuro? I looked up at the Yozora. Thousands, 10,000s, hundreds of millions of lights. Tonight, those twinkling must have increased by about 2. I thought about the sorrow that suddenly had fallen upon me today. The kind couple who took me in had passed away. The cause was an accident. For the career counseling, they called from work, saying, "We'll be there for your important future." Wait. Then I hurried to my school. It was a cold season, the wet roads were slippery, and the car carrying them crashed into the telephone pole. The Kuruma was beyond recognition, the two inside likewise. I cried. I cried, and cried, and cried. Haven't heard about this. Who's that Kodomo? Ah, I see. After the inheritance, huh? So terrifying with such a cute face. The shop belongs to me. Wait, who's going to take that child in? Not me. Not me either. The crematorium was filled with such common words. It became too painful to be there, so I ran out. I ran so much. Beyond that, I heard the sound of a lovely bell.
いつも誰かが、私のために命を落とす。
Only such sad things happened in my life. Thinking that I cursed something unseen countless times. Oji-san, Oka-san, and the kind couple. Everyone left my side. Was it a guzen? Was I called to that Yoru 10 Junen Mai because of my life's nature to defeat the Yoru no O? Humans despise enemy. There's so much I want to confirm. For that I packed my bags. I'm leaving the warm home that took care of me for 10 years. Holding the meager sum of money I was given. Embracing only the precious feelings I encountered in the distant future. Passing through countless stations, crossing countless times. Heading towards the Yoru, where the sakura bloom. It's been 10 years. I've returned to this town. The nostalgic shop was still there. For a moment I stood frozen before the shop's door.
大丈夫。
I nodded deeply. Then I tightly gripped the key in my palm. It was the Kagi that led to the Yoru. Since I was little, I always cherished this one thing like a treasure.
大丈夫だよ。大丈夫。きっと、成し遂げられるはず。
I've already stopped cursing fate or some invisible someone, always by my side, though I can't hear their voice or see them. I want to believe there's a gentle something that holds my trembling hand, always cheers me on, and lends me strength. Perhaps it's someone's feelings, or perhaps a gentle light that can become a hoshi is truly there for me. Or perhaps it's a uta, finally completed by countless such feelings overlapping. So it will be okay. As long as countless feelings are by my side.
どんなことでも乗り越えられる。どんな悲しいことでも平気なふりして歩いていける。私にできないことなんて何もないんだ。そうだよね。おじさん。
No matter what the outcome, I won't regret this choice.
これが私の愛と勇気の歌だから。
愛と勇気の歌だから。Okay. Okay, I was having a hard time trying to go with that. Okay, it makes sense now. Ai to Yuki no Uta. Okay. For my list, which had just whispered that. The Uta Oji-san no Ka-san used to hum, spin out, like petals coloring the yoru. Once I finished singing the Uta to the end, I reached for the entrance of the nostalgic shop.
おじさん、私たちは出会わなければよかったんだよ。
Whispering that as if making a deal with a cruel unme that awaited me, I opened the shop's entrance for the first time in 10 years. Now, watch over me. I want you to keep your eyes on me. From now on, I'll sing my own uta. I can't be by your side, but even so, to protect the only place in the world where I can like myself. For you, I will live. Moving forward from here is a little scary after all. But I decided that I would run through it with my chest held high as much as possible. That is my jinsei.
お願いします、朝日さん。
That's right. I decided that this is my I no Yuki no Ota. That I'll give to you, my most beloved person in the world.
お願いします。どうか私を魔法少女に戻してください。
Haru, I want you to listen. There's something I want to try. I looked straight at Haru and said, the yoru is slowly beginning to break. The morning sun was shining on our cheeks, where Haru's cheeks faintly red because of the still slightly cool spring sunlight? Question mark?
試したいこと？
Alright, I learned Haru's maho, the true effect, but for that Haru had to pay the price with her own inochi. Because Haru herself had become convinced that such a price was fitting to manifest her own maho. Because young Haru's kokoro had imagined that way within the yoru. Therefore, if things continue, Haru in the future will throw herself from this control room window with me, not instead of me. Of course, I don't know what path the two of them will take to reach that fated end. The bad end timeline that was newly born the moment I learned the true nature of Haru's maho is probably still growing like this even now. That Akumu might appear again before us. When that day comes, I can imagine and predict it that way. If I had kept silent to Haru about knowing the effect of her maho, then the worst price might have activated. But in that case, nothing would change from before, because then I would just be sacrificing Haru alone again.
でも、大河君、私の魔法の代償は未来の世界であなたのことを死に追いやってしまった私への罰のようなものだった。 そうしないと自分自身を許せそうになかった。
Unless she went that far, she couldn't accept it as an equivalent price for gaming Maho.
だからこの代償そのものが私の悪夢と同じなんだよ。これは私の心の問題だから、私が自分で対処しなきゃならない問題だった。
And yet,
こうして呪いを二人で一緒に背負い込んでしまう必要はどこにも。
yeah, there isn't. Nowhere. Nothing is solved as things are now. In fact, you could say the damage has doubled. And if I neglect Haru's eye, or Yuki, or things like that too much, it might be possible to interpret it that way. But Haru, if I don't properly explain the situation to you, the method I want to try probably wouldn't have worked sufficiently. As I said that, Haru tilted her head, looking anxious. Nah, Haru.
何？大河君。
Haru's Maho. It's the shoulder burden of my future misfortune.
そうして願わくば。
Yeah,
願わくば未来の時間の中で私たちは出会わない。そしてあなたの隣にはあなたの一番大切な人、そんな未来を描きたかった。そうすることができる魔法のはずだったんだよ、大河君。
yeah. Gomen. I had shot down your feelings. Haru's Maho feels less like Maho and more like a Yume, a Nagai, or a prayer. Something like that. And my Maho is this. I summon a handgun into my palm. This was within the Yoru. The level of unreality was easily possible. What I shoot with this handgun returns to the past. Kako. What happens if I shoot an inanimate object? I have no idea, even with my own Maho. That's just like me, lacking Sazoriku. But if I shoot a person, their mind is pushed back into their past self. The return point is the moment the person felt regret in their life. That regret is then recovered in the time after the reset. That's how this Maho, yeah, we were able to sozo and create it.
すごい魔法だね。
We were just one person's word, but borrowing Kuro's power made it a surprisingly strong Maho. Haru, I spoke her name and then I loaded the last dangan into the Kenju. It was the 7th one Kuro had given me. I want you to listen. What I want to try is,
うん。
with this Maho, I brought the muzzle of the Kenju I held to my own temple. No, not that. Haru, with this dangan, I'll shoot you. Nice. So she could bring herself to the past. And this taiga will suffer from shooting Haru. I thrust it at Haru's chest, right in front of me. I'll shoot the Haru here, taking your kokoro to your most regretted point in life. From there, I want you to change things. I want you, Haru, to change your own unme. I regret having too easily given Haru permission for Maho. No matter how many times I use this Maho, the more I wish to save you, I can only return to this Yoru. That's why I can't save you. My Maho is supposed to return me to the point of my Inochi where I have the most regret, if I keep coming back to only this night. Saying it aloud again, I gave a wry smile, thinking how strange it was. Truly. My life should have been full of regrets. Oh, it's the mystery person. And yet, even the moment I should have regretted most in my life, I wonder why. It's now become hazy. And that felt hopelessly sad.
大河君。
Suddenly Haru called my name, sounding anxious. So I told her I was fine, and I gave a small smile. What's more, this Maho always has low accuracy. No matter how much time passes, it always deviates a little from the pinpoint moment of regret. That's because it's me. Because my Sazoriku is lacking. That's why it always deviates. But Haru, if it's you who was special 10 years ago, with your Tokubetsu Suzoruku, you should surely be able to accomplish what I couldn't. That's what I thought. Tonikaku, I'm bound to this Yoru. I can't go back even a single second earlier than this. That's why I want to entrust everything to you, I said. You declare that you don't regret having imagined your Maho in that way. That means the kako my Maho will take you to should be before you imagine your Maho. Or so I want to believe. In that time, perhaps the cause hasn't yet occurred for us. From there, couldn't we kakikairu our lives however we want? I'm conveniently hoping for that. You'll redo your life so that you won't need Maho anymore. For that, I want to use my Saigo no Maho. That's what I want to believe. I'll shoot Haru and return her kokoro or perhaps her very soul to the kako. And keeping her Kyoku up to now, I want Haru to face her difficulties once more. Gomen, Haru. I could only think of such a method, one that relied too heavily on others. Haru was just staring intently at the muzzle of the Kenju I was pointing, without a word. Her proposal is far too reckless. There's no guarantee it will actually work, and yet, for that Haru, you, who are here now, will have to die once. It's a situation tantamount to almost coercing her, making it seem as if this was the only method left. I keenly feel that this is a Maho that is far too irreversible. If my true nature, treating life lightly since childhood, conceded this, no Maho could fit me more perfectly. Even so, no. Precisely because of that, I can't help but ask. Moshi, if you could start your life over at some point in time. I put my index finger on the trigger. Haru, what moment would you choose? At my words, Haru narrowed her eyes.
私は
Alright. But I dropped my gaze to the ground. A short silence. And then when she looked up at me again, her eyes were trembling.
大学私たちは
Her voice also trembling. She said that much. But Haru tightly closed her lips again. For some reason, I had already been able to predict the rest of Haru's words. Watashi tachi wa. That's not why. Ski. Yeah. I just want to convey my true feelings. Ski ya, Haru. Tottemo. From the bottom of my heart. I must convey my true feelings. I strongly feel that way. I want to live with you forever from now on. Even after pointing such Maho at you, I still wish for that. I shot through Haru's Akumu and came to understand. I'm my grown-up future self. My heart yearned for that Kodomo. I couldn't be a Kodomo or even friends with her anymore. I want to see her. My future self wished for that. I want to see you again. The child's side was the only place I could find peace, shiawase. I realized that about myself after saying sayonara to that child. Residence at the Fushigi Yoru. My Mirai no self realized that to meet her again, I had to leave the real world. Sumari, I was looking for a place to die. Exactly like my younger self, without growing up at all. But just leaving life without accomplishing anything. That's not beautiful. That's what I thought. Couldn't I, too, leave behind an ota that burns with ginseng, like that guy, Tomohito? A ota to keep thinking of just one person. No matter how clumsy or pathetic, I want proof that I had lived through this life I was given. I projected those feelings onto young Haru. If I could connect Haru's energy to the Mirai, if I could lead the owner of this lonely life, Sabishi no Jinsei, to a shiawase mirai. That's it. That would be my ota. Even as an adult, I was thinking such things, such hopelessly naive and immature things. That's how my future self found a way to use my energy that I could accept. Even understanding the scenery my future self saw, I now want to tell you who was right in front of me. Onegai Haru. I want you to be by my side. Haru cautiously raised her gaze and looked at me. I know what my future self told you. I can't respond to little Haru's feelings. I understand that sentiment, but... Haru, you're someone I love, and someone I admire too. Can't we imagine a future together? A path where we can live just the two of us? You are a hero to me, one of them. I wish to be precisely by your side. I'm the same as you, Haru.
同じ
Ah, you told me that you can only be your true self when you're by my side. But it's the same for me. By Haru's side, I can be my true self. Talking with you makes me want to be like you, never ignoring those in trouble. By Haru's side, I could imagine the person I want to be. It was something warm, something like Kibo. For me, who was always searching the worst possible way to die, it felt like a dazzling light. Because I wanted to be myself, feeling that warmth for even a little longer. That's why, again and again, I come back to this Yoru, seeking you, searching for a way to live with you. Ah, that's right. I'll say it again and again. Hiragi Haru, Sukiya. It's probably not something I should say after confronting you with this smile, but I truly, tottemo, suki, Haru. Onegai, ishuni. In the future ahead, can't we find shiawase for the two of us? That Kodomo wished that of me. That I want Haru by my side. If I were to choose that child's side, like the Mirai me in the Haru's Akumu, I gasp in loneliness, chasing that child's phantom, then choose that. A bad end. It's not as if that child, a resident of the Yoru who repeatedly experiences countless sayonara, wouldn't be concerned about such a Mirai. And probably always. That child who must have stayed by my side, even after I could no longer see her. That child whom the future me looked up at last was crying, saying she didn't want me to choose such a future. I don't want to make that child cry anymore. So not just that Haru, Hiragi Haru, I wish to be by your side. Nah, Haru. I piled up so many kotoba and even taken many detours, but it's kind of strange, isn't it? Shigit, nah? In the future, you wish for me to nod. Now, true past and present is complex. Though past present is complex, I'm the one wishing for Haru. I'm thinking, onegai, nod. Let's change the future with my Maho and Haru's kimochi. Onegai Haru, won't you please nod? If not, I can't pull the trigger of this Maho. My resolve for it won't be set. Silence falls between us.
私も
Haru murmured almost to herself.
私も好きなんだよ。あなたのことがずっと大好きだったんだよ。大河君だけどそうだね。
Haru smiled as if to say, that's certainly true.
どんなに好きだよって伝えても未来の世界では絶対にうなずいてもらえなかった。それなのに今の世界では私のことを好きだって言ってくれる。私のことを話したくないって言ってくれる。もしも願いが叶うなら、そうすることが可能なら、私もあなたと一緒にいたい。これからもそういう未来を選んでいきたい。そう思うけど。
Yeah.
でもやっぱりダメなんだよ。大河君が私を好きだって言ってくれて、私もそれに応えられて、今夜は本当に幸せな夜だった。
Haru told me to try and remember.
未来で交わした約束だよ。覚えてる？
Mirai?
そう、未来の世界で
Haru smiled and
あ
said,
なたと満開に咲いたあの桜を一緒に見上げられた。私の魔法が咲かないはずの花を夜の中で咲かせられた。それで未来で約束したよね、大河くん。おじさん、
It's over. Now she's literally talking to us.
あの桜がもしも咲いていたら、そんな景色を二人で一緒に手をつないで見上げられたなら、あなたが私の願いを叶えてくれるって。
Her, the guy. Her, Yume.
私はあなたのことが大好きで、誰よりも大好きだと信じたくって、そんな気持ちを受け止めてもらいたかった。ありがとう。全部未来ではなくて今のあなたが叶えてくれたよ。もういいの。これ以上私はいらない。そう思った。これ以上私が望んじゃダメなんだ。だって私は本当ならお母さんに閉じ込められていたあの小さな部屋の中で誰にも知られず死んでいた。そうすることが一番だった。そんな私にこんな素敵なこと、もう嬉しすぎて幸せすぎて、もう一生分のいいことをこの夜で使い切っちゃっただろうから。これから私にはどんな不幸なことが待ってるんだろう。そう考えるとすごく怖くもあって、だからもうこのまま幸せなまま死んでしまった方がいいって。私に幸せをくれたあなたのためになら怖くないって思えて。
Jesus, man. And so she finally resolved herself. She said,
やっぱり違う。覚悟なんて簡単に決まらない。怖かった。ずっと怖かった。
even though her Yume had finally come true.
やっとあなたに思いが届いたのに。
And yet, どうして？
私は死ななきゃいけない。
いや、
私は大好きなあなたにさよならしないといけない。
no way.
またあなたの隣を誰かに譲らなければならないなんて。
That kind of thing.
あなたが誰かと笑ってる、そんな未来を思ってしまって、そんなのは痛い。どこか奥の方がすごく痛かった。そんな自分のことも私はすごく嫌だと思った。こんな嫌な自分のことなんて消してしまいたいって思った。だからここで、この夜で私は予定通り魔法を使い、あなたの未来に訪れる予定の不幸を肩代わりする。最後にそうできた自分のことを私はきっと誇ることができる。
Wait, before I continue, something about that line felt like it was differently delivered from the previous line. Maybe it's just me.
そんな自分のことも私はすごく嫌だと思った。こんな嫌な自分のことなんて消してしまいたいって思った。だからここで、この夜で私は予定通り魔法を使い、あなたの未来に訪れる予定の不幸を
Yeah, there was something about that, like that line delivery was like maybe she took a break, you know, after delivering this line, she took a break and then she went back and she was feeling different from the last line. It feels so different.
そうすることで私の歌は、私の愛と勇気の歌は、あなたへのたくさんの思いを重ねて完成するんだって思ったんだよ。
That's why Haru, tonight, let her own sacrifice crush her life. It was scary, but it was unbearably painful. She had no other choice.
そうするしか未来を変える方法は思いつけなかったから。だからダメなんだよ。私だけが今夜の夜の中で散っていかないと未来は変わらない。そのはずだったのに。
That Maho was shattered by my hands, by my Nagai to save her. Now even the smallest Kibo had vanished.
だから大河君、やっぱり私たちは。
Haru looked down again. She couldn't bring herself to say the words that followed. She looked like she was suffering. I believe. I want to be with you. I want to believe Haru's words. Haru's kimochi that she just told me. I put pressure on the finger resting on the trigger. I believed that my Maho and Haru's kimochi would change our mirai. Ah, soya. Soda. I believe. I repeated like an important spell. I believe in Haru. I want to believe in her more strongly than anyone else. More than I believe in myself. By far. Because Haru, you're my hero, dakara da. Smiling, I reached for the trigger. Even things I could never accomplish, I'm sure you'll be able to see them true. The trigger I... Gomen. Gomen, Haru, I'm so irresponsible, thinking you should be able to do it. I'm trying to force such self-serving expectations onto the person I love most. But this is the only way. There's no other way left to save Haru's life. Her own mirai. Nothing. That's why I was supposed to leave a long string of lighthearted words, make it seem like nothing, and pull the trigger. And yet...
大河君、顔が真っ青だよ。
I was trembling. Even Namida began to fall. Using Maho, pulling the trigger. That means I had to shoot and kill Haru. The person right in front of me. The person I love so much. I'm scared. That's what I thought. To save you, I had to kill you. What is this? What kind of joke is this? It's too sick. I like this line. Save you, I had to kill you. Well, that is a line used at some point. I cannot help but curse my heart. Even though it's Maho that I myself helped imagine. Even though I should know that. The Maho in my hand right now is a finished product. I say as if to myself. It's what Kuro, who imagined this Maho with me, gave me. The Saigo no Dangan. So there won't be any more branching out time worlds. But even so, the fact I had to kill Haru, who's right here with me now, hasn't changed. All I could do is tremble. Pathetic. So pathetic. I'm far from a hero. Worse, I'm still just a hopeless little child, only able to beg for help from those shining heroes.
あのね、大河君。
Haru gently touched my hand, my hidaride, which was tightly gripping the Maho.
大河君、私も怖い。すごく怖いよ。
Haru?
私、決めたよ。
Made up your mind?
大河君の試してみたいことにかけてみたいって思う。大河君が私たちのために考えて一生懸命に覚悟を決めてくれたことなんだもん。違うかな。 きっとそうだよね。いっぱい悩んで考えてくれた結果なんだよね。だったら、あなたのことが大好きな私があなたの信じたいと願うその方法を信じない理由なんてどこにもない。そう思い直せたから。
So use that maho on me, Haru says, looking straight at me.
やっぱり私はこの夜でどうしたって一度は死んでしまう運命だったんだね。だったら大河くん、あなたの魔法に打ち抜かれてしまう方がいい。でもね、やっぱり怖いよ。その魔法に撃ち殺されてしまった私はそれからどうなってしまうの？痛いの？苦しいの？そんな前路は一瞬で終わるの？大河くんにいろいろと教えてもらってはいるけれど、それでもやっぱり怖い気持ちは消えてくれない。だってこれは私たちに残された希望なんだと分かってはいても、一度は死んでしまうことなんだから。
I tried to take a deep breath. I tried to put strength into my trembling lips. But it's Daminanda. That's still not working. Shooting myself. It was scary. And it required Yuki, but I never agonized over it this much. How could I not hesitate to shoot and kill someone I love? How could I pull this trigger with a straight face? Therefore, I can understand that this reaction from my heart is normal. Even so, am I afraid of seeing Haru's dead body? Am I afraid of what I'll have to do after that? I don't understand anything anymore.
大河くん、
Haru calls out to me.
お願いがあるの。
Onegai. Haru nods.
これまではずっと、本当は今でもずっとあなたの隣にはあの子だけがいていい場所だって思ってる。
But it's amazing. Haru muttered that briefly to herself and then smiled a little.
私にもその権利というか、その思いというか、とにかく私もあなたの隣にいていいんだって、そういう未来を望んでみるくらいなら許されるのかもって、今のあなたと話しているとそう思えたから。
And then Haru took my constantly trembling hand.
お願い、聞いてほしいよ、大河くん。私は覚悟を決めたから。
Our lips met.
だから最後にお願い、あなたが私に勇気をください。
If I do that,
そうすれば私は大丈夫。これから先、もしも何か悲しいことがあったとしても、辛いことばかりが終わらなかったとしても、耐えられる、頑張れる。私は最後まで諦めないで私たちの未来を書き換えられるんだって思えるから。
Dakara, onegai, Haru muttered.
怖がるな。私にあなたがいないとダメな私に、あなたの隣にいないと本当に心から笑ったりもできない、こんな私にどうかお願いします。最後に勇気をください。
As she said that, Haru was trembling. I hugged her back strongly, just strongly. Why am I not surprised at her form of Yuki and you need it so she can endure the next thing is basically the HC. kind of base though. Totally understandable. Totally understandable. I mean, after all, in the previous timeline where when they had the H scene doesn't exist anymore. After doing it, she dies. But here now, she'll do it with him, and then she'll have the courage to fucking endure everything. Anyway, I hugged her and kissed her. I let go of her lips, and then we both laughed, a little shyly. Yuki. Haru told me she wanted Yuki to take a step forward from now on. Thinking about the meaning of her words, I fell silent. Haru tilted her head at me, asking what was wrong. No, I just remembered something.
何を
It was right after we kissed. Feeling Haru's gaze, her face was so close, our breaths could mingle. I spoke. I just remembered that the first time, too, we kissed right here at this time, just like this. I was thinking about that now. And Haru's like, what? We did that? I only meant it as a topic to distract from a little bit of awkwardness. But,
も
because this Haru hasn't done it with him, so she's like, huh? What are you talking about? Wait. Haru pouted her lips.
う今大河くん私とキスしてたんだよ
Yeah, that's right. We're kissing right now. Aware of my face growing even hotter, I muttered that.
そうだよそれなのに大河くんは今の私とは違う私とのことを考えてたんだね
Imagine being NTR'd by yourself. Well, that's certainly how it might seem.
それってなんだか変な感じ
Imagine being NTR'd by yourself. Haru had been pouting, let out a small raised laugh, and said,
なんだか1回目の私と浮気してるみたい
with this CG that she's smiling so cheating. As I gave her a smile, Haru laughed the same way.
わかってるよ変なこと言ってるってでもなんだかね複雑
So I don't lose to the first one. I'll hug you a lot, Haru. Wait. So you don't lose to the first time. Yeah, it's still the pronoun issue. It should be you. I kissed her again and held her close. I could hear the thumping of rapidly beating heart. I couldn't tell which chest it was coming from. That's how close I felt Haru was. I released Haru's body, which I had been holding. Then Haru was enveloped in a faint light and returned to her school uniform.
ねえ大河くん
Wait, what the hell is this line? Wasn't she already back to her school uniform? Then Haru was enveloped in a faint light and then returned to her school. What the hell? Wasn't she already in her school uniform? Is this a line mistake? Or was the what the hell? Suddenly Haru spoke. To her voice I responded, yeah, what is it?
1回目の私どこまでできたのかな
I like how she asked that question. Like if you were like a dishonest Taiga, you would be like, in reality we kiss. But in his mind in reality we kiss. But the thing he says out loud, we did it the first time. Anyway. Huh? How far?
うん抱きしめ合ってキスしてそれで終わり1回目の私それだけで幸せだったのかな
I like how Haru asked this question. Because she feels like she wants to go further and be like, wait a second. If I'm feeling this way, maybe my first time did it. The first me did it. Well, I found myself thinking about that. I felt my face grow hot, whether I wanted it to or not. Haru looked at me and said,
私負けないよ
Base Base. Goddamn base.
一回目の私に、負けないように、頑張るから。
Haru too had a bright red face and smiled awkwardly.
だから、大河君がしてほしいこと、どんなことでも私、頑張るよ。もう私、大丈夫だよ。あなたの魔法を受け入れられる。
Okay, welcome back. Of course, they had the ish scene. Afterwards, once more, I point the gun at Haru's mune. My fingertips are still trembling. It was I who needed Yuki. It is also I who must prepare myself for our sayonara. Bro, you already have post-nut clarity. You should be able to do this. I'm uneasy. Will we truly meet again? I'm worried. Will this maho truly save Haru? Haru touches my hand along with the maho I'm clutching, as if enveloping with both her hands. And then she said, as if whispering in beautiful uta, the phrase we.
私たちは出会わなければよかった。
Haru.
この言葉は私が私の人生にかけた呪いなんだって思う。
This sekai surely is made of those kotoba those lips sing.
どうかお願い。そんな私の言葉も一緒に大河君のその魔法で消し飛ばしてほしいよ。
And the kotoba that are sung can become both noroi and shifuku. I can't pronounce shifuku. I can't pronounce that word.
私も信じてる。
Anyway.
絶対だよ。私たちはまた会えるって心から信じてる。
Shinjite. With just that, there's nothing you can't overcome. Someone sang something like that once. Those words are surely true, right? Haru said that and smiled. But I shook my head and grit my teeth. Yeah. Seriously, I'm losing it. How pathetic. Haru already made her resolve a long time ago. And yet, I can't. Even after all this time, I can't find the Yuki to pull this trigger. All that wells up are just tears, anxiety, and fear. I, unlike Haru, can't smile even when scared and accept the ume before me. You're amazing. You're my idol, my hero. When I said things like that, Haru would always smile with a complex expression. A brief silence. As if to dispel it, Haru. I cocked the hammer. Haru's looking straight at me.
何？大河君。
好き。いや。とっても好きよ、Haru.
私も。
She nods and smiles for me.
私もあなたが好きだよ。誰よりも何よりも。
あれは。Haru. 信じて。I'll never forget your feelings from now on. And I'll keep believing in them.
さよなら、大河君。
We looked at each other, nodded to each other. For a little while, sayonara, Haru. Again, in a distant future somewhere, different from here, we will surely meet again. I believe in that moment. I've always believed. That was the only thing I truly swore. When we meet again, then, nah, Haru. What? Let's envision a wonderful, sparkling, dazzling, always smiling, dreamlike Mirai no one could imagine. and walk towards it together. I pulled the trigger. It bursts. Haru's chest bursts open, bright red. I caught her collapsing body in my arms. I called out her name, called it many times, but there was no voice to answer me. The color like gushing, flowing, unstoppable from the chest I held. It was vivid red. There was a single shed that could be mended. Just red. Nothing but red. Here, there was only undeniable death. Maho, Yume, Kibo. None of those things existed anywhere. Here, there was only the vivid red color of despair. You cried. I tightly embraced her body, which was growing cold with astonishing speed, and I cried all alone. That's right. From now on, I'll be all alone forever. The beginning of true atonement. This is retribution. Gomen, Toya, Asai-san, and Kuro. Until now, I pushed these feelings onto you. They're taisetsu na otomodachi again and again. I may have finally realized the true gravity of it now. As I hold a person who should have been most precious to me, it's finally clear. Someone like me doesn't even have the right to cry. Not really. All the dangan were spent. My maho was vanishing from my palm. That sensation was definitely there. No kiseki would happen anymore. From this point on, only a cold, lonely reality awaits, where only cruelty is sung as seigi. I shot through the person I cherish. I must now dispose of your empty shell. If done in the Yoru, no evidence remains. You'll just be missing in the real world. I must ingrate this into my heart again and again. From here on, I must bear this sin, this atrocity, this suffering, and walk alone. That is my atonement. Haru. Ore. My own maho that pierces you. You to whom I entrusted all my kimochi. Na, Haru. Will I be able to keep believing my whole life? Will it take our mirai to where we want to go? I could only pray that dazzling hikari of the newly awakened morning sun would warmly illuminate such feelings and such weakness. We shouldn't have met. The Noroya of these kotoba were far too powerful. Shinjite. With these blessing of such words, it was utterly impossible to pierce through it. A whisper. A whisper. Flutter. In the Yoru where the sakura burned. Haru. This year too, I think. I guess we shouldn't have met. I wake up. Where am I? That's always the first thing I think. Welcome back, Haru. You closed your eyes a year ago. You, who were close to me, told me that. To you, I can't help but ask, hey, tell me, were you happy?
私なんかと一緒に生きて、あなたは本当に幸せだったの？あなたはこの世界の幸せにちゃんと祝福してもらえたの？
Then you would always smile and say, of course. Touch my hand, touch my cheek, and finally gently stroke my head. But when I met you as a child, just as you did then, I wish to hold your hand and walk anywhere, but I know well that you are not here. I understand. Because you died in an unfortunate death and left this world before I became this. When I wake up in the Yoru, where the sakura burned, that sadness is always the first thing I remember. You're not the only one who isn't here. I'm the same. Let's compare answers. I said that without whispering to anyone. I gently closed my eyes. Beside you, who isn't here. It's a tale from long, long ago. We believe in our mirai. We'll definitely meet again someday. Then let's walk towards a happy future that no one could have even imagined. Together, just the two of us, swearing and wishing in that way, carrying the prayers of us both. You cast your Saigo no Maho upon me. By the impact that pierced me, my heart was blown away in a deep, quiet yoru. It hurts. Antagonizing. My whole body's hot. What awaited me as I struggled with all my might against that sensation was that room. It was the room that had confined me when I was little. That room, completely dark and utterly lonely. And it was little me. Both my body and time had returned to that future.
ここが私の後悔。
Taiga-kun's Maho rewinds the heart of the one shot by its dangan to the point of their greatest regret in life. Regret, by its very nature, is always something of the kako, but my kako is the story of the Mirai. That's why, like this, I've returned to the time where Jikan no Sekai of the Mirai. They say it was an incomplete Maho until now, but the Saigo no Maho that united that child and me also took my purest heart, becoming 3 hearts. So it pulled me back precisely before I experienced my greatest regret in life. That regret is the phone call. In this dark small room, the denwa's ringing began to echo. I instantly held my breath. My original self answered this call in a panic. Like Kasan, who had left the room. Her comrades were probably in the next room. I feared being noticed by the Obachan, who was my supervisor. But to me now, my second self understands. This denwa was placed by the Obachan. It was meant to introduce me to Oji-san. Indeed, my regret began here. Yes.
私がこの電話に出なければ。
We wouldn't have met. But the original me knowing nothing answered the denwa. I shouldn't have. This is my regret. I'll redo it again. This time I won't answer the denwa. I'll break it now and we won't meet. That's the end. That's right. To do that, my heart shot through my Taiga-kun's Maho, though, even unconsciously to return here. That's why I woke up here like this. So, takara. That's why I broke it. I broke the ketai denwa. I decided to let things proceed according to Okasan's kikaku. Sumari, I could become a poor girl. Okasan could become a poor Okasan. Oji-san would forever wander through life, searching for that precious girl, but someday the two of them would surely meet.
それで世界はハッピーエンド。
That's how it was supposed to be.
私たちは出会ってはいけなかった。
I'm sorry, Taiga-kun. I couldn't shoot through those cursed words. A few days later, it was the day Okasan planned would be my last. As expected, Okasan didn't appear in my room that day either. The ones who would dispose of me according to plan in front of the camera were violent adults Okasan hired. By those people, I wished to be torn apart so that Okasan would love me. By doing so, we would never meet, ever. That's how it was supposed to be, but
どうして
that person appeared.
どうしてなのおじさん。
He forcibly took me away from the violent adults and burst out of that room.
私は電話に出なかった。
Even if I tell the Mirayu, you might not understand, but
私は電話に出なかったんだよ。私たちは出会わなかったんだよ。おじさん。それなのに、どうしてこんな。
beneath the fully bloomed Haru, I'm being carried on your back. Lightly, anxiously. Only warm fragments continue to fall. We're looking up at the only Haru-colored sky. Why is that? This scene was already the second time I've seen it, yet it appeared as dazzling as if I were looking up at it for the very first time. It's Maho. Kuro and my Maho have become complete. Since that Yoru, I fired the Saigo no Dangan at you. The timeline hasn't branched, but followed a single path until tonight. Oh yeah, okay I finally get it now. What she meant by that. Okay, so the taiga that she's meeting is the one from the same timeline who shot the Haru from before. Wait, does that mean he's a pedophile now? Wait, what? That means Sashiburi. That person saying. It's been a long time, hasn't it? Oji-san says, since that yoru, Haru, it's truly been a long time on the night when I could meet you like this again. Taiga-kun said that with a smile. I knew you regretted answering that phone call. I felt it, because I was the one who peered into your akumu. So Taiga-kun, who looked as if he had completely aged, said, Nah, Haru. I've been waiting alone all this time for the yoru you would awaken from the past, Kako. Ah, finally. I finally caught up to you, Haru. She hugged my back with all her might. She said, Gomen. She said it many times. Okay, I guess he is now a pedophile.
ごめんなさい。
What war? Alright.
だって私、諦めないって言ったのに、またあなたとちゃんとこうして出会えることを信じてるって言ったのに。それなのに、私は、嘘つきだよ、大河君。
At first, she said, you managed to make those sakura bloom. And this time, she said, I'll believe we'll meet again. But I was swallowed by those words. It would have been better if we haven't met. And by my own Noroi, I broke the ketai. She tried to kakekairu the mirai to the conclusion that you and I will not meet.
私は、
Haru. I told you. I believed, didn't I? While carrying her on my back, Taiga-kun, who had completely grown up, said that we'd definitely meet again. And that when we did, we'd walk together into the mirai, so happy no one could even imagine it. We promised that, didn't we? It's fine. Heiki, Taiga-kun says. No matter what, you met again like this, so it's fine now, he says. This time, I won't shake my head at your eye anymore. That was probably one of my regrets. I don't know if I can accurately speak for how I felt in that different timeline. But Taiga-kun says it's probably not that far off, I guess. Suddenly, Taiga-kun fell silent there.
大河君。
Becoming anxious, I called out, Nah, Haru. There's something that's bothering me a little.
何？
Haru and I... Haru and I... It's true. Yeah, that hasn't changed both last time and this time, but our hearts aren't that far apart, right? The most beautiful line in the visual novels. This is a masterpiece. What's inside you is different. Haru's kokoro is in the child's. It flew the best in it. This make me lollic on Haru. I found you funny for this. I also found you endearing. I laughed, and I laughed a lot. Why are you laughing? This is a serious problem for a guy. Whether I'm a lolicon or not, the me from a different time couldn't nod to your love because I couldn't fear that big problem.
まだ年が離れてるの。
Base? Haru? Haru? What are you saying? Haru? In a ways, I guess, but not really. I don't know. I'm a law-abiding citizen, so of course, I'm bothered by it a lot because they're just too small right now.
だったら、大河君。
Translate. That's why. Then what, Taiga-kun?
いつか私の体があなたの年に追いついたら、今度こそ私と結婚してくれる？
I guess. The greatest love story ever. I actually asked this. I remember asking this one question in one upload. If you go back to the past, you know. I mean, if you're no, I think this was in Hiyori's route. Remember, Hiyori's route was joking a lot that, what if we had sex with our young selves? What if I kept my age, but you, Taiga-kun, you become a Shota? You know, it's the shit again, man. That's the my first wish for from you. I was rejected that time. What about now? The second time? How will you answer? Your height might catch up, but not your age. I'll age too. How big must you get for me to stop being a lolicon? Real questions. Real question, by the way. You said that, pouting. I just couldn't help but find you funny. Even if your age doesn't catch up, let's get married. That's a promise. Someday, when you've grown to just the right age for it. Because you gave me such a happy promise. We had met. It'll be alright. We can overcome even the curse that way, right? I know she's talking about we shouldn't have met, but now, because of the context of the previous conversation, it's about the age gap. Thinking that, I'll try to believe that once more. From there, we kept running away from Okasan.
町を出た。国を出た。
Welcome back, Yosugana Sora, Harukana Sora.
私が成長するまでは知らない国で二人一緒に暮らした。
Finland? Is it Finland? Everyone goes to Finland for some reason when they try to escape some taboo thing in Japan.
体や顔に刃物を入れて形を変える勇気はなかったし、そうするのはどうしてもという状況になるまではよそうということになった。
Yeah, plastic. I like how they artistically mention plastic surgery. We decided not to do it unless it became absolutely necessary.
日本中は私たちの話題でしばらくは持ちきりだったけど、でも海外に出てしまえば私たちのことを指さす者はほとんどいなかった。
No, perhaps it was because the country we hid in was small.
東洋人の女の子がさらわれた。そんな事件でわざわざ大騒ぎしていられるほど余裕のある国でもなかったのだろう。私たちを気にする人がいたとしても、日本人がいるぞという的外れすぎる抽象の的でしかない。
Even such minor unpleasantness actually became a source of relief for us while we were on the run.
数年間の海外生活で得たものは何だっただろう。
A happy life, just the two of us. A little money, and knowledge and experience. That within a few months, I'd miss Japanese food, and that feeling would grow day by day, never fading. I kind of understand this feeling. We agreed that food is really important. After several years, we returned to Nippon. The first thing I ate was taiyaki. I came back because I missed Japanese food, but the first thing I ate was this. I like how that's the real reason why they went back. Oishi. Haru said, smiling. Ah, yeah, it is. I also said, smiling. But then almost no one in Nippon was making a fuss about us anymore, even though they had caused such a stir back then. You've grown quite a lot, Haru. Why are you still using the CG then? If Haru had grown, she would have been like, you know, she would have at least looked like her high school age self then, like. Wait, what am I doing? You who are more than a fully aged cycle older. than me, said Dad. It's not really the time for us to walk hand in hand, or for me to pat your head, or for piggybacks are carrying you anymore, huh? Perhaps, Haru said, and I watched her try to stand on her tiptoes, as if to reach my height. Her head was almost reaching my shoulder. That's how much her body had grown. Yeah, she should look older than this. But I guess they're too lazy with the CG. Because if she's already at the point of his shoulders, I mean, that's not actually a good description. Because some women, you know, they're already at my shoulder length, but they're like, you know, 20, 30 plus already.
大河君の言う通り、ずっと中身は子供じゃないんだよ。だから、どんなに体が小さくても、抱っこされたり、おんぶされたりするのは恥ずかしかったけど。
Why are we using the CG then?
でもね、時にはそうしてほしいかなって。おんぶも抱っこも、頭だって時々いっぱい撫でたりしてほしいかなって。
I get it. You want to be a girl princess. I got it. I get it. The path we walk isn't necessarily what you'd call a normal light, but I thought we could walk a happy path together. I had such a premonition. But still, we shouldn't have met. Haru, our happy life continued for a while. I thought about it how I wanted to have a kodomo with you soon. Base? I even tried saying it to you in a slightly spoiled way. It was then that the trigger was something truly trivial. There were days when I couldn't remember my own name. Even though I clearly remembered your name, sometimes I couldn't remember anything else. I couldn't even remember the name of that sweet, warm treat I was supposed to love. It took me 3 days to recall. Wait, there's no way he's that old. What is... Did he just randomly got Alzheimer's at 40 years old or 30 years old or something? What the fuck? That abnormality continued for a long time. I realized my heart had become sick. I always thought it was something only old people got. He literally got Alzheimer's when he's 30 years old or 40. However, a skilled, though unofficial doctor who examined me said that juvenile onset cases had become more noticeable recently. What's more, the one I developed had slightly different symptoms.
桜の季節にしか私は自分を思い出せない。
Maybe this is some magic bullshit. I don't think it's literally he has like no whatever he's paying right now. I don't know what he used that for, but it causes him to lose memory when it's not spring. What the hell? What is that? This isn't within the Yoru. It's just reality, Genjutsu. Yet, what is this? It's like an event straight out of a story, where only pleasant things are favored. And for some reason, only during the Sakura season in Sakura no Mori, just once, for just one day, my memories return. Sensei said it's probably because my kokoro is strongly imprinted with that season and those flowers, but what comes to mind is the Ai to Yuki no Uta that spoke of spring flowers. Haru no Hana. It was a promise. It was a yakusoku with you, because that alone remains within me, never forgotten. My mind seemed to return from the Yoru only during that season. In other seasons, I apparently spent my time vaguely staring into space like an empty shell. The guy, I felt like he had to pay. He somehow used Maho for something, and the price cost him to have that situation. Anyway, Jesus Christ, man, he had an onset of Alzheimer's. What the fuck? Even when I speak to her, she can't hear me. Sometimes all she can manage is a faint smile. I was also told it was hereditary. What do you mean hereditary? And that's why it's something unavoidable. Did either of your parents suddenly undergo a drastic personality change at some point? This is a brain disease related to genetics. If something like that happened, I had too many things that came to mind. But if so, what am I supposed to do? I mean, we don't know anything about his parents because, as far as we know, he's an orphan kid. So now the question of something about his parents might come up in the next round, I guess. Okasan, I'm that person's child. I've inherited so many things from them. That alone, no Maho can change. Is this Haru's perspective? I'm a little confused now. That's right. This isn't about Maho or compensation. It's a matter where such mysterious tales have no place, just Genjutsu. Not the Maho Shoujo, nor its compensation, nor the Yoru no Mahotsukai, or even the battle with the Yoru no O. Oh, maybe this is Haru, so Haru... A misfortune completely unrelated to any of that. A matter caused solely by the malfunction my body carried. We rewrote our future with your Maho, but beyond that, such misfortune awaited. This was probably a pitfall of fate, something that could only happen to anyone.
だからね、大河君。あなたは、そんな私なんかとは、出会わなければよかった。
So they're still somewhat cursed, but, you know, I had diligent care for you. Looking forward to your Kyoku, which only returned once in spring. On that day, someone always said, "Oh, Okairi," and did their best to entertain me until I closed my eyelids again. It must have been hard to escape with someone like you. Even though the commotion was settling down, I must have been exhausted from a life of run while caring for you. Due to an accident caused by a trivial carelessness, I easily left this world. Everything was revealed in the Tegami someone caring left for you. You apparently spent your life vaguely at home without even attending my funeral. Haru came again this year, and I opened my eyelids. Now you can remember everything properly. Who was important, what your name was. But if you fall into a deep sleep until next spring, you will spend your time vaguely, not even knowing who you are. Next to such a you, a semi-transparent eye was snuggling close and smiling at you. My voice couldn't be heard. I couldn't be touched. But I was certain there, and yet nowhere. I was someone only you could see. Sure, such I am, surely still in the Yoru where Sakura sway. Because I am so worried about you, so worried, I can't help it. That's why I can't go beyond the Yoru and keep lingering. So she essentially became something similar to Azusa. And Haru died, and then what the fuck? Arigato. I'm always by your side, smiling at you like that, cheering you on. The reason you can only gaze at my figure like this is because your heart is mostly no longer here. You are also half in the Yoru. But you have to become happy. I want to watch such a you, even though I think that
私たちは、出会わなければよかった。
you cried. I cried. If I hadn't met someone like you, I would have had a different life. The semi-transparent eye, who's by your side now, couldn't do anything for the crying you. You didn't even make a sad face.
やっぱり、あなたは、あの子と一緒に生きていくべきだったんだね。やっぱりそうすることが、大好きなあなたへ、幸せを届けることだった。
My side belonged only to that girl. Our Maho was a failure. Our lives were a bad end. Where did I make the wrong choice? Or did I arrive at this ending precisely because I made a mistake? To begin with, did we even have any other choice to end this? I'm sleepy. My eyelids are heavy. Again, I'm falling into the deep, deep depths of a year's worth of memories. Someone, please.
この声が届くことがあるのなら、どうかお願い。私たちにもう一度、夢を見させて。こんな人生を、もう一度だけ、やり直させて。ください。
If such a Yume could come true.
私はもう、あなたの隣にいたいだなんて、そんなわがまま、言わないから。
What I heard then was the sound of a small bell. I've heard that before. I knew that child was nearby.
ねえ、聞こえてる？もしもこの声が あなたに届くならお願いします。私は大河君に幸せを届けたい。それだけが私の夢だった。私はもう愛されたいなんて願わないから。
I finally understood. That was a yume I couldn't achieve.
だからお願い。ここではないどこかで私の世界で一番大切な人を幸せにしてほしい。それはあなたしかできないことだから。
That child nodded and took the translucent you away from my side, holding hands, gently taking a step. Far away, to somewhere very far beyond my reach. I cried. Crying.
一人は嫌だよ。
Locking those words away in my heart.
寂しいのは嫌なんだよ。大河君。
Biting my lip hard, so that the kind you wouldn't have to worry about me. I desperately covered my mouth with both hands as if I were about to cry and scream. I thought I would just quietly see them off, but my eyes, from which tears were spilling, remained open, staring straight ahead. I kept watching their back slowly disappear into the yoru for what felt like forever.
行かないで。
But I couldn't say it.
どうか最後に一度だけでいいからお願いだよ。
But I couldn't wish for it.
私のことを振り向いて。
But I couldn't wish for it. Only Namida kept overflowing endlessly. I was pressing back all the words that were about to spill out with both hands, but suddenly your face floated into my mind. You were smiling gently at me. You were holding my small hand. Such happy moments will never come for me again. I handed everything over to that girl, thinking that it was no good.
やっぱり嫌だ。嫌だよ。私も連れて行って。置いて。行かないで。
At the end of my outstretched hand, it's no good anymore. No one's here. No one will turn around for me. From within my heart, your beloved smile smoothly vanished. Absolutely, zettai, this was the one thing I never wanted to forget. Doshite? It's not just about you. Everything related to the Yoru is dissolving and disappearing from within me. Why is this happening? Even though I should have wished for an ending like this. We shouldn't have met. Even though those words echoed in my chest countless times and wouldn't stop ringing. Yet, why am I so uncontrollably sad? Why does my heart ache so much?
お願い。
お願い。
こんな悲しい気持ちも寂しい思いもお願い。私の中から消し去ってほしい。
Praying only for that, I closed my eyelids all alone. Man, that is so suffering, man. Fucking hell, man.
今のは何？
Just as I reached for the doorknob, a long drawn out yet fleeting image flashed above my head, then vanished. Oh, so that was a fake out? That was Haru just imagining the future? What the fuck? Man, was that a huge fake out? I think that was a huge fake out.
今のはもしかして。
It was my umme awaiting me beyond this door. I'd chosen this door I'd chosen. My heart understood. I recalled a step or two from that door. And once again, I scanned my surroundings. A pitch black scene, a Yoro deeper than the Yoro itself. But here and there, scattered points of light could be seen. The scene was like streetlights illuminating the straight midnight road, spaced at equal intervals. No. It was as if the starry sky, Hoshisora, had fallen to the ground. Perhaps that description would fit better. The darkness is surveyed through endlessly, and scattered lights were likely thousands, tens of thousands, sparkling throughout the vast expanse. And then what emerged amidst the many shining stars, that was a door. Doors each with a different design, standing in the darkness. The scene was somewhat familiar.
あの時だ。
Junen Mai, when we were gathered at the Yume no Nedoko to fight the Yoro no O.
私は大河君に手を引かれてこの闇の中を進んだ。
At that time, so many lights like this didn't appear before us. I walked. We advanced. Beyond where we stopped, only a single door dimly emerged, the entrance to the Yume no Nedoko. It seemed we had taken a little into the future at that time. But Azusa Senpai's Noroi. That door, the door to the Yume no Nedoko that appeared before us then. When we opened it, we returned to our original time.
それはつまり
I looked carefully around once again.
このたくさんある扉の中から私が本当に私が望む未来を選んで進むことができるってことなのかな。
So that image, so if she goes in front of one door, could she see the future of each potential future? Holy shit! This is such pain. Oh my god, she might literally spend thousands of years just looking for the future she wants. Or even million. In this bridge-like space, connecting one time to another. Is it too convenient to think that way? Am I letting my sozo run too self-servingly? No. In the first place, what exactly is the Yoro no Koni? Isn't it a place where everything one imagines can come true? And yet to be able to interfere with time, and even ume like this, what kind of place is this exactly? Konobashini. My thoughts might branch out into such unproductive ideas, but Nana-chan, who brought me here, had said, shot through by Taiga's maho, I next awoke inside Nana-chan's densha.
春、今から君はきっと無限に提示される可能性からたった一つを選ばなきゃならなくなる。きっとそうなる。
Nana-chan told me that.
慎重に、大切に、そして丁寧に選ぶんだよ。忘れないで。君の未来は君自身の願いにかかってる。君たちは自分の未来を思い通りに想像することができる生き物なんだ。
Nana-chan said that and carried me into this yami.
この光はすべて君の想像した可能性だよ。君が自分の幸せとはどんなものなのか、自分の未来とはどんな風であることがふさわしいと諦めるのか、すべては君が想像しうる可能性なんだ。
Don't forget, everything depends on your sozo. Nana-chan repeated.
君たち人間はすべて想像した未来を手に入れることのできる生き物だ。そういう魔法を自然と使えてしまう存在だ。あなたの思いと完全になった大河の魔法とが重なって、これを星空みたいなこの光景を可能にさせたんだよ。
Nana-chan had said that. Possibilities scattered so vast, choices that seem infinite. Taiga's Maho tells me to freely choose the Mirai I like from among them. No. The Yora no Kuni itself and I myself are whispering that to my heart. I think it's probably fine to interpret this selfishly in that way.
この扉はダメ。
I shake my head. I once again move away from that Tobirada.
この扉は
I can't pronounce shit, never mind. It was the door closest to where I got off Tanachan's Densha. So timidly I reached for that doorknob, but
この扉の向こうはあの部屋につながっていて、その先の時間はあんな風な終わり方につながっている。
no way. That kind of Mirai. Go man, I can't choose it. I don't want to choose it. I stand before a different door. This time without even touching the knob, the scene before the door flowed into me. Sure enough, I wake up in that room. There's nothing I can do since my regret is there. The me beyond that door answered the first call that came in, and I told Taiga-kun connected by that call that the Maho had succeeded. My heart returned to the Mirai with your Maho. I won't live according to Okasan's keikaku anymore. That's what I told him. I see. It succeeded. That's good, Haru. I'm coming to pick you up now. Wait for me there. Those became Taiga's last words. Oh, shit. Taiga ran into violent adults hired to tear me apart. Man, that is so unlucky. And then Taiga was torn apart before me.
こんな未来ダメ。絶対嫌だよ。
That is so unlucky. Holy shit, she'll have to go through every until she finds the one that she likes. But you know, it's almost an infinite expanse, so that Taiga would come to that right before my eyes. That scene clings to my mind, refusing to leave. Tears welled up. No, it's the next door. Shaking off the sad ending I just saw, praying that I can shake it off. Next is a door in a slightly different location. I stand before it. The Mirai beyond that door flows into my mind. It was that room again. This time I didn't even answer the phone and escaped the room on my own.
最初からそうすればよかった。
Such a thought had always been with me. That's why I could sozo this Mirai, the one born from this choice, and precisely why there's a door leading to it. The door to that room was never locked in the first place. I only stayed in that room because I wanted to. I was merely bound in that dim room by Okasan's words.
ハル、お母さんに愛されたいなら、自分がどうすべきなのか分かっているわよね。いい子になるのよ。ただそれだけでいいの。
That's why I never felt like escaping that room on my own.
私がお母さんの隣にいないと、お母さんが壊れてしまう。そう思ってもいた。
But now it's different. Gomen, Okasan. I wish to take a step away from your side. I can no longer stay in that room. I've fallen in love with someone. Okasan. That person will be unhappy if he meets me as a pitiful girl. That's why I must escape this room by my own will, on my own feet. I'll kakekairu it. I will kakekairu our unme. Because I don't know what destiny is in Japanese. I just use fate. It's almost the same for me anyway. Anyway, because the words this word with Taiga are in my heart.
信じてる。
That's right. I will kakekairu destiny. For that, I accepted Taiga's Maho. We will surely meet again in a different form. If it's beyond that time, we can be happy together, I believe that. So the me beyond this door escapes the room to find the person I love. To have a meaning different from that of a kidnapper and his victim. The ideal is that I, a victim, kidnapped by someone, escape from the confinement on my own, and the adult Taiga will be the first to find and protect me. The world shouldn't make a Taiga a villain. It should surely love him like a Seigi no Mikata. That was the ideal. But it's no good. I was caught immediately. An unknown adult took me in. Even if I explained the situation, of course, they wouldn't believe me. And then handed me over to my cousin. I became a pitiful girl by her hand, and that was the end. Isn't that kinda... it's over. We never met. That's the Mirai, and the ending awaiting beyond that door. The old me might have chosen this future, because as a result, he never met me.
おじさんは大河君はいつか未来の世界で私が目覚めることを知っている。もうすでに1回目のおじさんじゃない。
He's no longer the first Oji-san. Oji-san. That's because he used that maho on me. Because he pierced my inochi with that maho. In the world where I left, would Taika-kun continue to wander, searching for me this time? This is no good. I'm not the me I used to be anymore. Taika couldn't believe that I could kakekairu unme. Okay, now this is fate. That's why he sent me to the Mirai with Maho. I want to become the me Taika couldn't believe then, so I wouldn't choose an unhappy ending anymore. Because I wish to keep running without ever giving up, like the hero Taika saw in me.
違う、これじゃない。
Suki. I stand before the next door. But no, at least a bad end. Suki. This one's no good either. You know, you could actually make an entire plot, entire VN just ending up with like just going through so many doors. You know, like you could just turn this into entire VN, man. Give it 100 endings. Or something like that. I don't know. Also known as 100 like anyway. I don't know if I'm ever gonna read that. I heard it's like there's only like I don't know 20 endings out of the 100 that's actually good. I don't know. Even then, this I don't know, man. Well, I'll think about it maybe. Then the next one, no good. The gruesome endings only grow darker.
どこ？
I stand before countless doors.
私たちのハッピーエンドはどこにあるの？
I wander. I keep wandering alone through a pitch black world, Sekai. I kept searching for a Shiawase Mirai that no one could even imagine, but before I knew it, I had stopped. Just how long had I been walking, I wondered. I felt like I spent a long time moving through the darkness. I don't think my sense of time is exactly the same as it was when I was alive. Tonikaku, I must have wandered all alone for a very, very long time.
私たちの幸せはどこにもない。
Oh shit, she's losing hope, man. I had no choice but to reach that conclusion. Not a single Mirai was the same. Not a single time where we could close the curtain with smiles could be found. I vaguely understood why. It's because my heart can't imagine a happy scene in my own Mirai. This is the Yoro no Koni. It's a wonderland where everything I imagine takes shape. Okay, so she just needs to, I make it sound easy, but like, she has to convince herself. Not only was I not loved by the person I wanted to be loved by the most when I was born, I was even hated. Can someone who isn't loved truly be happy? The answer is no. My heart tells me so. I could only envision my Maho that way. By taking on my loved one's misfortune, I wish somewhere in my heart they'd love me. By doing so, I thought my life could live on in your heart. That too felt like a form of eternal life.
暗い。
It's pitch black. All the Mirai I decided not to choose closed off their lives and vanished. Each time the color of the darkness grew deeper and deeper. I believe in the Mirai with you. I believe in the happy future. But just a little. Just a tiny bit.
疲れた。
It's not that I'm giving up, nor am I letting go of a Mirai with you. But I wonder if it's okay to take just a little break.
眠ろう。
Just stop for a bit. Just sleep for a bit. And if in the dream I see, I could encounter a happy scene that I could never imagine, that would be good. I like how she could sleep in this vague world. That person will probably be there. My precious you, walking with little Stop thinking about that pedo shit. Little me with you on your back, under the gently blooming full blooms. And then the two of us. It should take me to beyond that, a place happier than any Yume. If only I could see a Yume like that.
もう 夢から覚めなければいいんだけどな。
I harbor such a resigned thought for only a moment, just a moment. Yet, as it to shrewdly condemn me, snap. It sounded as if a breaker had been violently tripped, and all lights vanished at once. The lights from many remaining doors, all at once. The surroundings were enveloped in true darkness. Strangely, I felt no panic. If I'm going to sleep, I don't need light. It's the same as turning off the room lights with the oyasumi. Before I knew it, that room appeared before my eyes. It was the room where I had confined myself. I'll wrap myself in that bed and sleep. When I closed, oh man, this is some keto shit, man. I like how her going to sleep in the Yoro no Kuni was like that time when she was in the room. When I closed my eyelids, I smelled the scent of Yume. Is it really okay to fall asleep like this? Will I really wake up again and be able to run? As if to swallow such anxieties whole, the beginning of a Yume arrived. I had a premonition that shiawase. From now on, I'll see a wonderful Yume. Leaving behind all the feelings I had, even the will to walk again, that's a premonition.
ごめんなさい、大河君。私はあなたの期待には応えられないかもしれない。
I can't be your hero. A whisper. A whisper. Flutter. Petals are dancing. I heard a ota. It was a ota I knew. It was the ota of I no ota. That person sang for me. I tried humming along, matching it with that person's voice, which I could hear like a whisper. It's the vocal version. Haru. I heard a voice calling me. Mite. From beyond the Yume, you're calling me. The world is so beautiful. Ah. The beginning of shiawase no Yume. That's the beginning of my end. If I were to see a Yume this happy even once, I wouldn't be able to return to a reality filled with only loneliness. My kokoro would be trapped forever in the yoru. The moment I open my eyelids, the dream would become reality, and this would truly be the end of our story of my uta. Such feeling is no longer a premonition. I should call it certainty. Sononanui. Doshite. Yoi. Until now, I experienced so many painful, sad things. Because I wish that, at least in a Yume, I could be happy. So drawn by the gentle song, I softly opened my eyelids. I finally found you, Haru. I heard a voice. It's your voice. The greatest ally in the world. Gomen. Something you said. I'm so sorry. It was still a faint, uncertain voice. I'm truly sorry, I asked.
どうして謝るの？
Then that voice. Yokatta. Your uncertain voice gained color.
間に合ってよかった。本当にごめんなさい、ハル。私はお母さんはもう少しでまた大切な宝物をなくしてしまうところだった。
Beneath the soft, warm, full bloom, I
お母さん。
was being carried on the back of the person I had always wished would be my greatest ally in the world.
お母さんなの？
Toshite. And I thought that only the person would pick me up like this and walk with me. Okasan says that she'd been searching for me here for a very, very long time.
あなたには本当に謝らなきゃならないことがたくさんで。ハル、ごめんなさい。さよならをする前にどう うしてもあなたに伝えたかった。
She says that for that reason, in this dark, empty place, Okasan kept searching only for me.
許してなんて言えないし言っちゃいけない。私はそれだけのことをした。たとえ春が許してくれても許されるなんて思わない。思ってはいけないの。お母さんはあなたにたくさん嘘をつきすぎた。
My sister Nashito, whispering as if singing. This is a yume. It must be.
ねえ春、覚えてる？私たちには夢があったよね。
I looked up at the Sora with Okasan. A Sora in full bloom. The Yozora filled with the colors of Haru. The gently fluttering petals, like Okasan's kotoba, piled up in my kokoro. Okasan. My Okasan. She felt a little lonelier than others. A person who longed to be loved more than anyone, and to love. Okasan had been alone since she was little. Okasan's otosan rarely came back to her, even though she was still a child waiting to be doted on. He was captivated by another child from another family.
ごめんな。お前に寂しい思いをさせてるのは分かってる。でもどうか聞き分けてほしい。あの子のことも本当の娘と同じように愛すると誓ってしまったんだ。
Just like, was she really the same as that child? Was she loved in the same way? She must have felt it was unfair. She wanted someone to turn to her. She wanted someone to tell her, you're the most important. Okasan tried her best to be a good girl, more than anyone. But no one ever turned to Okasan. No one ever told her, I love you the most. So Okasan decided that if she ever had a child, she would always persistently tell them that she loved them more than anyone in the world.
もしもあなたと喧嘩することがあったとしてもね、春、あなたのことをぎゅっと抱きしめながら喧嘩したいの。
Oh, why can't you clean up properly? By the way, did you know? Iragasa loves you so much. More than anyone in the world. More than anyone. But you have to clean up properly, okay? Otherwise, I'll just keep hugging you like this and never let go. That's how she wanted to fight, saying things like that.
そういう未来を夢見ていた。
It was. The time spent imagining how she would live with the beloved child who would someday be born with pure happiness more than anything.
春、あなたが生まれてきてくれた日のことをまるで昨日のことみたいに覚えてる。
Mayakasan says,
あれは一足早い桜の花が私たちの街を彩り始めた日のことだった。
her husband, Haru's Otosan, found a new family somewhere else and disappeared, as if fleeing, after he learned she was pregnant with Haru. That was sad, but it was fine. She had no intention of chasing after someone who would leave her. So she chose to become Mirakasa alone.
一人ぼっちで病院に運ばれて、二人ぼっちで病院を出た。私たちを歓迎してくれるものは何もない。でもいいの。そんなのは些細なこと。だってもう私は一人じゃないもの。そういう風に思える私が好きだった。
The few sakura were in full bloom when she returned to town, holding you. You brought a warm Haru to this town in my heart, because she felt that way.
素敵な名前をあなたに贈れるかどうかすごく不安だったけど、こんな幸せな思いを忘れないようにって思って、あなたには私が一番好きな季節の名前を贈ったの。
After that, the two of them lived in a small apartment room. Mayakasan's Kazuku had, for generations, continued to produce artists for various genres. It was a Kazuku with many customs. I heard that most of them had died out over their long history, but the obsession with creating works seemed to have been passed down unchanged. But Mayakasan didn't possess the sinew for it, and received no financial assistance for living from the Kazuku. It was a difficult life. Within the Kazoku home, those without talent were not treated as human. It seemed there have been many children forced into such a life. It was said that there was even an atmosphere that forced things upon women who married into the family, even if they had no blood relation. In society, there are also quite a few cases when simply being a woman leads to being treated lightly.
でもそんなことは構わない。へっちゃらだった。だってあなたがいるもの。お母さんは確かに歌も絵も物語も何一つ描けなかったけれど、ねえ春、あなたが誰より何より幸せな人生を歩めるのなら、その人生を手助けできるのなら、私はお母さんはどんな優れた作品を描く芸術家にもきっと負けない素晴らしい人生を歩めるんだって確信してた。だって知ってる春、あなたの笑顔は世界で一番可愛いんだもの。どんなに疲れ果てて帰ってきてもあなたが笑顔で私を迎えてくれるから、その笑顔をずっと絶やさず守っていけたなら、私の人生は大成功だ。
Your egao is her uta. Is it okay for me to say that your shiawase is my masterpiece? I felt that I didn't need anything more than that.
あなたと一緒にいるとね、私お母さんになれてるんだなって思って、あなたのことを心から愛してる自分のことが大好きになれたんだよ、春。
Until then, I lived believing I wouldn't be loved by anyone. So instead I decided to live by loving you with all my heart.
一番私のことが大嫌いだったのは私自身だった。あなたを愛することでそれに気づいた。
The me who loves you so much. The me who is your okasan. I found that I love that self too by your side. That feeling is my shiawase. That feeling might become a story only I can write. Now, perhaps I could even create one beautiful uta.
そんなことをあなたの笑顔に教えてもらえたような気がしてた。
So, if I could always live with you smiling.
小さな頃誰かに歌って聞かせてもらったあの歌を、たった一人を生涯愛し続けるんだっていうささやかだけど確かな歌を、愛と勇気のあの歌を口ずさみ、愛するあなたと一緒に生きていけたなら。
Surely, a happier future than I ever imagined awaits.
そう思っていたのに、ただそれだけを願っていたのに。
One day, suddenly, Okasa couldn't remember her own name. At first, she could remember it right away. So, she thought it was just her kinoseka.
ちょっと疲れてるのかもしれない。最近は働き詰めだったから。
But it kept happening again and again. What should I do?
幸せな今をどんどん忘れて、
And remembering the unhappy past more and more.
病院に行っても原因は不明だと言われた。でもよくある病気だともそっけなく言われた。苦しいのはあなただけじゃないんですよとも。
How could they say something like that, as if it's someone else's problem? A dark feeling that suddenly sprouted became the trigger. I remember my childhood, when I wanted my Otomo-san to say he loved me. My heart, sulking that it was unfair, resurfaced. She wrote down everything important in the memo, things she mustn't forget, things she absolutely had to remember. Only Haru's name was listed there. I remember my Yakusoku with that child.
お母さん、どうして私たちにはお父さんがいないの？
Because you once said that, just once, so sadly, that's why I swore to you. To you, who must have been told something mean by someone mean. The small palm we were holding as we walked, I gripped it so I could I would never let go.
私たちは世界で一番の二人になろう。
世界で一番？
そうだよ。私たちは誰よりも仲良しな親子になろう。世界中が嫉妬するくらい、どこかでお父さんが悔しがるくらい。知ってる？春、誰よりも幸せになることが一番の仕返しなんだよ。
Revenge might have been a bit too harsh a word. I remember that small regret too. But I told Haru, 忘れないで。
あなたは私の宝物だよ。春、必ずお母さんがあなたを幸せにするからね。
お願い。Don't ever forget just that. Even though I said that. Even though we should have made a promise like that.
忘れていく。
Slowly, bit by bit.
私の中から大切なものばかりがこぼれ落ちていく。
Something I absolutely wanted to keep protecting. Something I always wanted to hold tightly whenever we fought or laughed.
春、お願い。私に愛を信じさせてよ。私は愛されたいの。私のためにかわいそうなあなたになってお父さんを私の隣に呼び戻してよ。できるでしょう。
One day, my mind went completely dark, and within those hairy hands I had always wanted to protect and hold tightly, I trapped myself. It's all a yume. Just a momentarily yume shown to me by the gently falling petals.
聞いて、お母さん。
My yume came true. I wish Okasan would return to her kind self from before. Trapped in that dim room, my small soul kept praying for only that. That prayer was answered, even if it's in the yume. Even if it's in the yoru, no one knows. Tears welled up.
私は
Because I can't leave Okasan, who knows loneliness more than anyone in such a lonely place.
だからもうこのまま目覚めず。
In this yume, in this yoru, I want to live with my kind Okasan. I want to be by your side. Because here, I should be able to live with you, laughing so much. Such thoughts can't help but sprout within me, but
ダメよ。春、
Okasan said it as if gently stroking away my weakness.
優しいあなたのことだから寂しがり屋なお母さんを一人にしないようにって一緒にここで暮らそうってそう考えるんじゃないかってわかるよ。あなたがあの部屋からどうしても出ていけなかったみたいにまたお母さんのそばにいてくれようとしてることわかってるよ。でもダメ。それはあなたの幸せじゃない。あなたはあなた自身の夢を叶えなきゃ。夢を叶えられるのは今を生きてる生き物の特権なんだから。
Let me do something benefiting Okasan one last time, Okasan said and smiled.
最後。
うん。信じて、春。
Okasan said.
大丈夫。もうあなたには何も不幸なことなんて起きないわ。たとえ何かがあったとしても、それはすべて眩しいくらいのいいことが始まる合図なんだって、これからはそう信じて生きてみて。そういうふうにあなたが自分の未来を信じられますようにって、そういうふうにあなたを想像以上の幸せへ導けますようにって、そのための愛と勇気をあなたに渡せますようにって、そう祈り、私はここであなたのことをずっと待っていたんだもの。春、ごめんなさい。私はあなたの心に呪いをかけてしまった。だから今度はあなたの人生に私は
お母さんはあなたの心に魔法をかけたいと願うわ。
Maho. The maho Okasan casts on me is
この先あなたを待ち受ける不幸なことはここでお母さんが全て引き受けていく。だからもう春、あなたの人生に不幸なことは起こらない、そういう魔法だよ。
so I'll never feel ill in my heart like Okasan did. Saying that, Okasan smiled.
私は世界で一番大切なものを傷つけた。私は春にとって最悪のお母さんだった。病気だったからなんてそんなのは言い訳にだってならない。私はいつもあなたの笑顔だけを思い描いていたはずなのに、そんな私を絶対許せないから。だから私は永遠にこの暗闇の中から出られない。先へと進むことを私自身が許さない。
This place is the Yoro no Kuni. It's a graveyard of life. It's a graveyard of Chikan. Chikan no Hakaba. From here, I can go anywhere and nowhere. For Okasan, a dark heart. This place traps her. It's hell, Chikoku, where she'll never escape self-reproach.
お願い、春。そんな私に最後にお母さんらしいことをさせてほしい。それがお母さんからあなたへ送る最後の魔法。
Ski. Okasan said.
あなたのことが大好きよ、春。あなたを幸せに導くことが私の歌だ。あなたの幸せな人生こそが私の描きたかった物語だ。これからもしも何か苦しいことがあって立ち止まりそうになってしまった時は、春、物語を書くように、歌を歌うように、大切な人に手紙を書くように、そっと悲しみに語りかけるみたいにして生きてみて。そうすることできっと自分の命を愛することができるはず。
I felt that Okasan's kotoba were like a magical spell leading to shiawase.
夢の時間はもう終わり。これからは夢より楽しい明日が待ってる。
Okasan repeats, Gomen.
信じてもらえないかもしれないけど、お母さん、あなたのことをここからずっと応援してるわ。
I get out Okasan's back. But her hands still claps.
私、もう行かなくちゃ。そうね。きっと大切な人が私を待ってる。
I let go of her clasped hands.
お母さん。なに？春？私はね、お母さん。信じてもらえないかもしれないけど、でも本当だよ。本当に私、お母さんの子供に生まれてこれて、本当にもうそれだけで幸せだったんだよ、お母さん。お願い。
I speak.
もうさよならしなきゃダメならお願い。
Whether we fought or laughed, I always wanted you to hug me tight. So I
お願い。最後にギュッて抱きしめて、お母さん。
My small self spreads my arms to my greatest ally in the world. You embrace me.
さようなら、私の大切な宝物。
Okasa whispers, Be happy.
あなたは強くて優しい子だもの。あなた自身の夢も私の夢も一緒に叶えてくれるって信じてる。
What should I do? I was happy. Within a warm embrace. It was soft, warm, and filled with the scent of spring, Haru. I had always envisioned this moment, but this is a yume. I achieved my yume within a yume. It's a yume. So that was Inception, by the way. It's a yume this happy. I want to keep seeing it forever, but if I were here, perhaps you and I could restart the happy childhood, but from now on, I had to let go of this shiawase. You, who cares for me deeply, wish for a new yume for me to come true. Outside this yume, someone is waiting for my return. So, sayonara.
さようなら。世界で一番大切だった人。信じてる。お母さんの思いがいつも私の隣にいてくれるんだって。いつまでも信じてる。
So I open my eyelids. To open my eyelids in this place with no body and no life is probably a strange thing to say, but in any case, I awoke from the yume. There's nothing. It's pitch kuroyami. But demo.
ありがとう。
Arigato. Okasan.
私はちゃんとお母さんに愛されてたんだよね。
I realized that. My okasan nuzzling my cheek when I was just born. My okasan who kept singing lullabies by my side, even when my night crying was terrible. My okasan who hugged me, cried, and laughed when I first stood up by myself and walked to her. I realized that every single thing was the one and only beloved song ota in the world, sung for me and me alone. Because I was able to remember that.
私は幸せになってもいいんだ。
I was able to believe that because I realized that this light was loved so deeply by you, my precious one.
この思いが私だけに描ける物語になってくれるかも。
This is an ai no ota.
今なら何か私にも素敵な歌を一つくらい作れたりするのかも。
This is a story of Yuki.
私はそんな未来を信じてみたい。大切なあの人と二人で。
Able to wish for that, I take another step forward. I search for the light in the darkness, and I keep walking. It's been a long time. 1 year, 5 years, 10 years, 100 years. It was such a long, long time. Long enough to feel that way. No, in fact, I might have wandered for that long. This is Ajigan no Hakaba. The concept is stretched into vagueness, endlessly. I vaguely understood it with my senses. I can't see any light in the darkness. The darkness remains dark. I walk, searching for light, looking up at the Sora. Sometimes I ran, sometimes I rested. Then I walked again.
想像するんだ。
I pray.
未来を思い描くんだ。
I wish.
聞いてよ。叶えてよ。不思議な不思議な夜の国。私には後悔していることがある。
I want to return to that moment.
試してみたいんだよ。あの日、あの時、あの人にもしもああ言っていたなら。
What would our Mirai have been like? A Mirai where everyone who cares about me would bless me all at once. Could I have had a Mirai like that? Searching for the Tobira that leads beyond, I will keep walking forever, praying that I will never regret anything again. It's not that I don't have anxieties. Will I be unable to escape this darkness forever, just like this? I even felt that kind of fear. That's why I stopped again, but... A flower petal A single flower petal gently danced from somewhere, then fell to my feet, where I stood still.
これ
It was a familiar sight. The petals turned into hikari. Small. It was a very small light. The light changed into the shape of tiny footprints.
やっぱり
I smiled inexplicably and nodded. Tote tote. It moved forward with tiny steps.
待って置いていかないで
I panicked, chasing after it. As it looking back at me occasionally, the footprints stopped. When I caught up, the tiny light footprints moved forward again, toting.
あなたがお母さんを私のそばに連れてきてくれたの
I had no basis for it, but I felt it was true. I could believe it. Jesus Christ, basically, Kuro has been hard carrying her. Then the light footprint stopped.
君は大河の隣に私のことを届けようとしてくれた大河のことが大好きで大好きな君なのにそれを全部私にくれようとしただから今度は君の隣に私が幸せを届ける番だよ
Because I felt it was absolutely necessary for that. That's why it brought Okasan Tsume to me. As I continued to wander lost in the darkness, I never really heard such a voice.
お願い大河のことをよろしくねもう私はどんな時間の中ででも大河の隣にはいられないどんなに祈ってもどんなに泣いて願っても私にはもうそれは叶えられない夢だから
The light footprints suddenly vanished. The surroundings became pitch black once more, but I quickly found a new light. It was shining, just one, in a distant place. I understood it was the Tobira to the Mirai. Beyond that Tobira, there's Shiawase greater than anything I imagined. Whether that's the case, I don't know. Is what lies there a Mirai painted by my Kibo? Or is it a Mirai painted by my Zetsubo? But no matter how much I searched, there was only that light left. I could have glimpsed the Mirai beyond that door, Tobira. There was no time left. The Tobira's hikari was fading.
走って
I heard a voice.
夢を叶えたいのなら今すぐに光の中へ走っていって
There was a feeling pulling me forward.
一生懸命祈ってもどうかお願いと願ってもただ望む未来を想像することだけじゃ夢は決して叶わない
So please, Hashite. Someone said beside me.
君たちの本当の魔法は想像することでも願いや祈りを重ねることでもないどんな暗闇の中ででも諦めず走っていける勇気だけが君たちの使える最強の魔法なんだと信じてるその魔法があるからどんなに無茶な夢でも君たちはいつかは必ず叶えてしまうんだって私は信じていたいんだよ
That's right. I want them to believe. Everyone. Every single one of them possesses a Tokubetsu Maho that can make any yume come true.
だからお願い私なんかには想像もできないくらいキラキラでポカポカな二人の未来を私にも見せてよ
The light flaring in the distance looked like it was about to vanish, but it's alright. I'll definitely make it in time. Pushed forward by countless feelings, my hand pulled. I started to run. I have a yume. I want to come true. I want to make it come true. And for that, there's something I want to try one more time.
ねえハル
I hear Okasan's voice.
どうしようもなく悲しかったり道に迷ったりするときはあなたのことを大切に思うすべての人がそのたくさんの思いがいつもあなたのそばにいてあなたのことを応援してるわ
I pray these feelings will become a mirai. I believe this yuki will become the maho to kakekaeru my ume. I hashire. I reach out my hand. For me, for us, countless feelings are always by our side, because they must be lending their strength without reservation, so that this life can be guided to a happy end.
だからきっと私たちに叶えられないことなんて何も
I can surely grasp the mirai sparkling in the distant place with these hands. Yes, I believe. I need to take a really quick break. I need to get some water. I'm really... Okay, that's a good way to start a break. I'll be right back. Hello, and welcome back, Ware. I actually ended up falling asleep, during break. But, I should have enough energy now. I hum a tune. The stars twinkle in the sky. I look up at so many and many hoshi. I wonder what constellation that is. Twinkling stars, hundreds of millions of lights. It seems like there are infinite combinations. I point my index finger at the Yozara as if drawing a line. Even if I were knowledgeable about celestial bodies, that knowledge wouldn't be put to use under this Yoru. This is that kind of place. Everything is different from the Sora I know. No one looks up at the Yozara. No one sees meaning in its sparkle. Will I ever be able to hear this melody I'm humming again someday? All I think about are things like that.
Tiger.
Toya's face comes into my view. She's peering down my face as I lie sprawled down on the ground.
Tiger. またボロボロだよ。
Looks like I messed up again, huh?
やっちまいましたな。じゃないよ。
Toya puffed out her cheeks, pouting. But here I am, still lying on the ground, looking up at such a cute girl. Huh? Suddenly I felt a strange sense of unease. Today is my Tanjobi. At Asai-san's request, I cleaned up the Akumu shards scattered throughout the Yoronokuni with Toya. And then repeatedly, in front of the bus stop, repeatedly, the Akumu that desired that barred its fangs at me. Here I am, lying sprawled out like this, gazing up at the sparkling Mabushi Yozora. After recalling all that clearly, I suddenly mutter, "That's strange."
え
Heh? Toya tilted her head.
タイガのお顔のお話
Honestly, this little lady. Honestly. I sighed with a mataku. Nah, kite, Toya. You don't often get to see a handsome guy like me. A face like this cool, and yet honestly. If you get used to a cool face like mine from such a young age, you'll have a really hard time compromising on various things in the future.
うーん
Toya narrowed her eyes.
タイガ、あのね、
Nani, Toya?
イケメンってね、イケてるメンズの略なんだよ。
Huh?
イケてる顔面のことじゃないんだよ。
Maji?
マジだよ。
Toya, you're smart. I learned something new. She smiled softly.
そう？私、賢い？
Oh, とっても。
お勉強しなくてもいいのかも。
じゃあ、どうかな? Society is very cold. If you're only smarter than me, I thought, and started to stand up.
ところでタイガ、何がおかしいなの？
Toya said, lending me a hand as I stood up.
タイガ、またボロボロになっちゃって。顔中傷だらけだよ。だからね、おかしいなっていうのは、こんなにボロボロになるつもりじゃなかったのに、まったく、どうしておかしいなって、そういうことを言ってるのかなって思ったの。
Ah, soka. Let's see. If I made a grimace, mumbling, crossed my arms and tilted my head.
むむむむむ。
Next to me, Toya was imitating me. No, yeah, there was something like a sense of incongruity.
違和感とは？
Toya, still with her arms crossed, blinked at me and said something rather amusing. Made me chuckle a little. Tatoeba.
例えば？
I thought you were just little Toya. But you're smart. Smarter. Quite incongruous, isn't it? She puffed out her cheeks.
いつも言ってるけど、タイガは私を子供扱いしすぎだと思う。生きてる時間だけだと、私の方がずっとお姉さんなのに。
Well, Toya, it's your fault for acting as such. Not the part where you look like one, but like, you act like a little kid anyway. She pouted. Toya was still doing her best to stand on her tiptoes. Well, yeah. Tonikaku, putting that aside.
さておかないで。
Yeah. Other than my cowl, there might not be anything else weird, huh? The true nature of the strange feeling I just had. Actually, I had vaguely realized it. I'm done this long ago, lying on the ground, gazing at the Yozora, humming an unknown tune. It was deja vu. That sensation must have had a name like that. And I also remembered that it was said to be just a malfunction of the brain. In short, just my kinoseka. That's right. Kinoseka. Sometimes deja vu can also feel like a premonition. Such baseless premonitions, I always tend to link them to bad things, but I can't afford to be anxious over every little premonition. Let's go home, Kaeru. My Yoro cleaning for tonight is done. Alright, let's go home. By the way, they only did this only once. They only did this only once.
帰ろうよ。
Holding Toya's hand tightly, I hurried a long way home. Kaero. Back to our house. Because the town, Kodomachi, is completely Yoru now. Amid the sparkling maho bursting and fading everywhere, I must not lose my way. At home, a kind onesan, an oishii, tottemo oishii, whatever, food are waiting. After dinner, there'll be delicious pudding and keiki. Usoide. Without looking back, I run. What awaited us was oishi food. I really don't know what. I can't remember. Tabe no pudding and keiki. And one more thing. Mo istotsu. Anyway. The Yume no Nedeko I returned to, looking forward to Asai-san's Okaeri. Okaeri nasai, and eagerly awaiting Asai-san's warm, home-cooked meal. When I opened the entrance door, it was sudden. I like how we went back in time, by the way. A girl suddenly burst out from beyond the door. Nani? I instantly caught her butt. I stumbled back a step, then two, from the force. The girl was groaning in pain. I couldn't see her face. She was clinging tightly to my chest. Her breathing was ragged. Sweat beaded on her skin. She looked as if she ran. She ran a long distance at full speed. But what in the world? Where did this girl even come from? By the way, so I guess the path for their happy ending isn't during her, well, her Okasan's helping her deal with the misfortune. So the path for her to move forward in life is when they reunite for the first time again. Interesting. This is a very interesting point in time. Anyway, I casually opened the entrance to the Yume no Nedoko. Beyond it, for a moment, just for a fleeting moment, it had seemed completely dark. The girl had burst out at the Yami no Kuro. Now, the Yami no Kuro was gone. In its place was the interior of the Yume no Nedoko.
なんだ今の。何が起きたんだ？
Asai-san was there too, looking surprised. I wish she kept wearing her glasses, by the way. The shop's interior was a mess, as if there had been a rather large earthquake. No one here could understand what was happening. Except perhaps for the girl in my arms. We are so back. What is it? With her forehead pressed against my chest, the girl was humming a small uta. Listening closely, the melody sounded familiar. Uta wa machigai nai. It was the uta I had just been humming casually to myself while looking up at the Yozora. I ran into my thought was just a simple hum. It was very similar, but Shiki, why do I know this uta again? Dareka, like someone very important used to hum it all the time. Oshiete. Yeah, there's so much I want you to answer, but Tonikaku, first, there's one thing I need you to tell me. Where did you hear that song? I tried to ask, but
怖い。
the girl said in a quiet voice.
ここはどうなのかな。私の選んだこの未来は私にとって私たちにとって幸せな終わりに続いていてくれるのかな。
Mirai. Shiawase Owari? What does she mean? What happened? As I said that, the girl shook her head slightly and spoke.
扉の前に立ってドアノブに触れて未来を覗き見る時間はなかった。扉の光はすぐにも消えてしまいそうで。
She reached out and opened it. Before the fading light, there was only that much time. The girl was saying in a trembling, fragmented voice. I couldn't say anything. I couldn't understand the situation. Only that something unusual was happening. I knew that much was certain, but
私には叶えたい夢がある。
huh?
そのために試してみたいことがある。でも1回目の私はそうしなかった。もしそうしたらどうなるんだろうっていう思いはあった。 なたにはあの子がいるから。だから私はそれを願ってはいけないんだと思ってた。
それに、
あなたのことを救いたい。そのためには魔法を使うことだけが正しいと信じてた。大切な人の未来のために自分の命を投げ出す。そうすることだけが愛されない私が大切な人に愛されるための条件だなんて、そんな呪いの言葉を信じていたの。
I regret it, the girl said.
大切な人に嘘をついてでも成し遂げる。ただそれだけが私の未来だと堅くなに信じ続けてた。全部後悔してる。
That's why she envisioned returning to this moment. The girl said that as if shaking off some kind of hesitation.
今はもう1回目の私とは違う。お母さんが私の背中を押してくれたから、お母さんが私の心に魔法をかけてくれたから。
I have a yume I want to fulfill. Yume ga aru. And there's something I want to try for it. Jesus Christ, I keep thinking about Jordan or Giovanna. Anyway, the girl who repeated that, as if making up her mind, then spoke.
信じてる。きっとやり直せる。後悔なんて運命なんてそんなものは一つ残らず、私の自由に書き換えられるはずなんだと信じてる。聞いてください。私の夢。そのために私が試してみたかったもの。
She wasn't wishing for Maho, nor was she lamenting Nakako.
話を
Huh?
ただあなたに私の話を聞いてほしい。
A story? The girl nodded.
魔法なんて特別だった昔に戻りたいだなんてもう決して求めたりしない。ただ小さな勇気さえあればよかったの。
The girl quietly spoke in my arms.
ここではまだ魔法が絶対必要だって思い込んでいたい私がいただけで、私の中の魔法は始まっていなかった。
So there was no need to fear the cost. I had just been continuously afraid of my own heart. That's why I want to talk.
10年前、小さな私が夜にどんな魔法を願ったのか、これからあなたに何が起こるのか、それらを全部ここであなたと再会できたこの場所で、ただ一つの嘘もなく全部あなたに話して、そうしてここでほんの少しだけ勇気を出してあなたに私の気持ちを伝えられていたら。
If she had been able to confess her homo no kimochi to me, if her kokoro had been able to choose such a jikan,
どうかな、私たちの未来は変わっていたのかな。それを試してみたかった。
it was then that girl, for the first time, looked straight up at me.
お願い、私のこれまでとこれからの話を。そして私の願いを受け取ってくれますか。
I was still utterly bewildered, but to the girl's plea, for some reason, I found myself naturally nodding. Before me, the girl took a very deep breath, and then, as if offering a prayer to some unseen something, as if wishing for once in a lifetime kiseki, at this very moment.
好きです。
Firmly closing my eyelids.
あなたのことが大好きです。
As the girl said that, her voice trembling. It was the sound of bells. I felt I heard the faint sound of bells ringing from somewhere far away.
あなたはまだ知らないけれど、ずっと遠い未来の世界であなたは約束してくれた。私の夢を叶えてくれるって。私はあなたが好きです。大好きです。今も昔も過去でも未来でもずっと変わらずあなたのことだけ大好きでした。
With her eyes squeezed shut, the girl spoke.
こんな私の夢を叶えてくれるのはあなただけ。あなた以外の誰にも叶えられない。でも怖い。私の気持ちに今度こそあなたはうなずいてくれるかなってとても不安だったけど、世界で一番あなたの隣にいられる時間が大切だったから、その瞬間ばかりを夢見ていたから。だからいっぱいいっぱい歩いて走って期待以上の未来を信じて探して、あなたともう一度会いたくて。あなたのことが大好きだって最初から素直に伝えたくて。私は
The girl closed her mouth there. She's trembling. Put her hands, clasped as if in prayer, both her tightly shut eyelids. She continues to tremble slightly, as if not to lose to the overflowing anxiety and worry. The girl's hanashi was far too sudden, far too jumbled. I want her to straighten out her thoughts, calm down, and tell me everything from the beginning. That's how I want to question her. Normally, that would be the case. But what is this feeling? Every time I hear the word I, ski, from the girl, a faint ringing of small bells echoes in my head. From somewhere. In me, something that should have been very important was disappearing. A sigh. My chest throbs and aches, but in its place something equally important was reviving. Sokka. I was naturally smiling. Okairi. Okairi nasai. Haru. You look surprised. Haru and I. It feels like we've taken many detours. In many ways. It's the same for me, Haru. I also... that we could meet up again like this. Whether my Maho was able to help with that. Shiranai. Demo. 信じれ in Haru's Yuki. Namida spilled from Haru's eyes. So many spilled. I heard the sound of bells. Each time, I regained myself. My very self, left behind in some distant time. Haru, this me from that Sekai no Jikan, who thought Oresuki about you and conveyed it. That Kyoku. I don't know what's happening. More than Haru, my current self should be able to be here. My kokoro too knew it, and leaped over thousands of yorus in an instant and returned here. The unending sounds of bells. Someone's kimochi. You pulled my hand and brought me together with Haru. I can't help but feel that way. Haru, oshiete that I use the kenju, maho no kenju on you, and how much time you ran through, overcame and are now here. The story of what's happened until now, and the story of what's to come, and the story of Haruzume that you want to fulfill. I want you to tell me all of it. And if we can fulfill both our Yume together, that would be good. My nagai too, Haru. Because it's something only you can fulfill. The girl.
私の夢聞いてほしい。
Haru nodded and wiped away her tears.
大河君。おじさん。
Haru asked if I remember.
背は追いつけなかったけど、年は追いつけたよ。
Haru said, still trembling a little.
だからおじさん、大河君、私と結婚してくれますか？
This story is the epilogue. Wept, laughed, sometimes almost fading away. Everyone overcame it with all their might. It is I no to Yuki no Hanashi. Because a nagai to make what lies beyond a tokubetsu owari. Instead of nodding, before I could even wish the same, I pulled Haru close and joined our lips. Haru was surprised. Her big eyes blinked repeatedly, and then she smiled. She gave me a full-faced smile, like a blooming flower. I tell her, I love her. My precious you nods, saying, me too.
大好きだよ、大河君。私の選んだこの時間が二人分の幸せな未来に続いてるかどうかはわからないけど、でも大丈夫、信じてる。今こんなに幸せなんだもん。たとえどんなことがこれからあっても、私はもう後悔しない。絶対に。どんなことがあったって、どんなことも起こらなくたって、きっとまたこんな幸せな時間に書き換えていけるはずだよね。私たちならできるよね。
Ah, definitely. I nodded and smiled. Once more, I joined my list with Haru's. I hear the sound of bells. They resound incessantly in my heart, from somewhere far away, or from somewhere too close. blessing only me. It felt like the gentle, cheering voice of someone.
出会った日のその白さ、色褪せないまま変わらずに、朝日が髪を撫でて眩しい光散らす。出会った日の思い出を色鮮やかに描くよ。視線がすれ違うたび、高鳴る鼓動を抑えた。初めて触れた指でなぞった名前、心まで染め上げて全てを変えてゆく。春空舞う花びらは過ぎ去った奇跡じゃなく、めくった季節を越えても輝いて、二人の未来を彩るよ。春風吹くこの場所で、懐かしい舞台の上、重ねた想いの数だけ迷わずに、二人で描いてゆこう。新しい物語を。放課後待ち合わせて、帰った夕日の色、夜空浮かぶ月のように、君がそばにいてくれた。視線がぶつかるたびに、近づくことを数えた。初めて触れた方の震えが今も心まで染め上げて全てを変えてゆく。繰り返す時を、幾千も夜を永遠に過ごす。この先もずっと冬の名残払う。風は汚れのない思い乗せて飛んでゆく。春空舞う思い出は過ぎ去った奇跡じゃなく、明日へ踏み出す背中
Haru. The warm season when the sakura bloom. It's the first season to come around since I returned to this town, Konomachi. I fulfilled my yume. There were so many people I wanted to celebrate with. At the same time, they were also the people I wanted to thank so much. I held a buoyant feeling in both hands. I was giddy like a child, practically running all the way home, but the inner parlor of the house I rushed back to. It was empty. It's quiet. There was no okaeri that was always waiting for me, nor the tadaima I should have returned. I tried to call out a name. Names of people who should have been waiting for my return. But that's strange. Why is that? Whose name was I just about to utter? I can't remember. I realized the emptiness inside me. I set down my belongings along with the buoyant feeling I had until just now. And so I tried to remember. What exactly was it that I had forgotten? Haru. Hiragi Haru. The most taisetsu na ishito in my world. Since that day, I was reunited with her. The emptiness, the sudden sense of loss, seemed to have already begun. I murmur. I have a yume now. It was, I, Kanade Taiga, have a new yume. Atarashi no yume. To make that a reality, I had to put in a considerable amount of effort. I made that decision on the day I reunited with Haru. It was in the Haru of my second year of high school. There was still a time when I had plenty of leeway to study for my entrance exams. However, I wasn't particularly confident in my studies to begin with. First, I set a goal to overcome the various small hurdles like final exams and such at a higher level, and I worked hard.
なあ、タイガ。
That person tilted her head at me, seeing me like that.
どうして急に真面目っ子になっちゃったんだ？そんなにいっぱい勉強して、何か目標とかあるのかな？
I must have answered that question like this. Because I want to be like you, I said. About jinsei, about myself. I want to teach Kodomo, who are constantly lost in such things, the mental space to hold dreams and hopes. Kibo and Yume. Because I pray that I can become such a presence for some children ascend. Just like you did for me. No. I can't recall if I actually said that much. That was Atarashi no Yume. The person looked a little surprised.
そうか。なるほど。
And that was all. They said bluntly and gave a small laugh, but the person patiently taught me how to study. When I started seeing gradual results in my test scores and such, the person rejoiced as if it were their own success. As my entrance exams drew near, and I continued to study late into the night, they made me delicious late night snacks every single night without fail. I successfully passed the entrance exam for my desired school. Haru and I ended up leaving town together. They said it felt like Okasa sending off her son, Musuko. And at the Ikimai, they cried openly as they saw us off. Eating the last obento with Haru on the densha, I finally saw the person cry for the first time. My own tears won't stop. I swore to that person I would definitely return. And I swore to myself that I would never forget those words. Haru, who ended up attending the same university as me, and they lived together for several years in the same small apartment room. We fought. We laughed just as much. We also had our share of misunderstandings, but we safely spent those several years hand in hand without any major incidents. Because the time I spent with Haru renewed my resolve. Sakura no Machi. Sanzen no Machi. This Haru, I would be attending my alma mater as a new teacher. When I returned as promised, that person smiled so genuinely happy for me. Even after 3 years, that person's Imoto, who hadn't grown bigger or smaller, hadn't changed at all, was also happy about our return. Haru and I ended up living together at the UN no Nedoko. At the same time, I had a premonition that from now on, I would probably spend most of my life in this town. And then today, it was my first payday. I had to decide how to use it. Haru and I, and those people, should go eat something oishi together. I want to thank them for everything so far. Not only for taking care of my tuition, but also always making oishi tabemono for us all this time. That's the things I want to give.
そっか。今夜を楽しみにしてるよ。本当に。
That person smiled and said, I'll prepare a return gift too. So I'd be happy if you look forward to that as well. The day before, I made a reservation over the phone at a slightly expensive restaurant. Today on the way home, I stopped by on a konbini, operated an ATM I wasn't used to yet, and carefully packed the necessary money into my wallet. Saifu. Just that alone made me deeply realize the fact that I had become an adult, even while feeling a little embarrassed about myself like that. That person would surely be happy. Maybe they might even cry again. I came home, heart full of such feelings, but that's strange. Just now, a faint shadow seemed to fall over that person's face in my memories, over their very existence, even their name. I can't even remember their name now. This is okashi. For that matter, how exactly did those people and I even meet? And it also feels like there was one more person I should have cherished. What is this? Shiki? Is it okay for something like this to happen? But somewhere in my heart, I felt that this mystery would be the Saigon mystery to visit my life. And that made me sad again. I should have been looking forward to the happy tears of my loved ones, yet that only tears of loneliness felt like they were about to stream down on my cheek.
Taiga-kun?
Are you home? A voice came from the inner room. Beyond the door, it was Haru's voice. Tadaima, Haru. I quickly wiped away the tears that started to well up. Then I called out to the other side of the door. We promised to eat bangohan out together today, but I wonder, are you ready to go yet? There was no reply, just as I was wondering what was wrong.
ねえ、Taiga-kun.
A voice came from beyond the door. It was the door separating the back room from the shop floor.
お食事に行く前に、ね、見てもらいたいものがあるんだけど、いいかな？
For me? Right now?
うん、できれば今すぐに、タイガくんにだよ。
That's, of course, that's fine, but what could it be? I wondered.
ちょっと待っててね。少し準備が。
わかりました。Is there anything I can help with?
大丈夫。必要な準備は心の方だけだから。
I faintly sensed a hesitant air from beyond the door.
これ、どこも間違ってないよね。大丈夫だよね。 でも、変だったらどうしよう。
I don't really understand, but I shall wait patiently here. I wonder if I have enough time to change clothes. As I was pondering such trivial things,
よし、大丈夫。大丈夫ってことにしよう。うん。
it seemed like some kind of resolve had solidified. For some reason, I sat Seiza in front of the door, waiting for the moment it would open. The door opened, hesitantly and slowly. Ah! At the sight of Haru, I gasped involuntarily. There stood Haru, clad in pure white outfit. It was a bridal gown, the kind worn to adorn oneself at wedding. Sumari, a wedding dress. I was rendered speechless by the sheer surprise. My eyes widened, and I blinked at my eyelids. Haru's already flushed cheeks grew even redder.
贈り物
Huh?
だって。私たちが街を離れていた間に少しずつ作ってくれてたみたいだよ。今夜みんなで食事に行くのに合わせて準備してくれてたみたいで。
A gift. She'd been making it little by little. Who on earth?
誰ってそんなの決まってるよ。
Right. It's obvious, isn't it? Yeah, that's right. Only that person could make something this beautiful, Haru said.
似合ってるかな。
Haru's gaze wandered.
ずっと昔に作ってもらった魔法少女服も着方が複雑で大変だった思い出あるけど。
Haru gave a shy, embarrassed smile, as if saying that even an adult outfit like this was difficult to wear.
一人で着るのは難しくって、もちろん初めて着るものだからね、どこか変なところとかあるんじゃないかって不安で、そもそも似合ってるかどうかの方がもっと不安なんだけど。
No, it's not strange. It suits you very much. I answered honestly. Haru in front of me looked so dazzling that I could momentarily cast aside all my various questions. You're so beautiful.
そうかな。
Utsukushi. She looked so embarrassed. Her face was bright red. She fidgeted with in front of her skirt with her fingertips as if she had nothing else to do. According to her, Haru had returned home a little earlier and apparently found this outfit in our room, along with a simple tegami that it had been slowly made while we were away from this town. That it was meant to be unveiled tonight, coinciding with me suggesting I treat everyone to Bangohan. And that both of them had urgent business and had to go out. Jesus, they knew today was the day that he becomes an adult, and it is literally sayonara. They would be back late, so they were leaving just this outfit. Dinner would be another time, Sunday, Itsuka. The tekame contained such things, sparsely worded. Haru had thought she'd try on the outfit while I was gone, but she ended up struggling so much with putting it on and taking it off. While she was doing that, I came back. That's how it went, apparently. A gift. An outfit prepared for today. Something urgent came up. I'll be back late, so I'm just leaving the outfit. So dinner will be another time. Really? Will the sender of the Tegami truly come back? For some reason, I'm scared to mention anything more than that. That's how I feel, but...
あんまり悲しむなよ。さよならなんてよくあることだ。
And then
君らの心に夢と希望が消えずにそっとあり続けるなら、いつかまた必ず会えるさ。
and then it felt as if someone was smiling at us, either from very close or from the farthest reaches of somewhere. Ah, Soya. I felt that something had ended, and that it was time to move on to the Suki. Whether they were friends or lovers or even Kazuku. In our short lives, we cannot walk forever with those we miraculously came to be involved with. Someday, we must say sayonara to the time we spent with those people. Then find the next time. Somehow come to terms with it and lean on each other. Because we are beings who could only repeat this cycle, walking towards many endings. So it's about time for me to move on to the Sugi as well. Haru. Itsuka. Will a day come when I have to say sayonara to the time I spent with you? But that's not now. So I'll vow once more. Whatever. I also have something I've been slowly preparing, Haru. I stand up, and then I take out what I had prepared. Gomen, a sheep, and I feel bad, but this was all I could manage for now.
大河君、それって。
Ah, yeah. It's a ring. I felt a little embarrassed and looked away. That dress.
ドレス？
Ah, that dress. Apparently was made little by little over several years. Just for us.
すごいよね。手作りなんて信じられない。
Ah, that's right. But this ring, Haru, I bought with money secretly saved from student part-time jobs like tutoring.
そうだったんだ。
Haru
い
smiles.
つも決まった日に帰りが遅くて、何してるのかなって不安になっちゃって、聞いても全然教えてくれないし、だから少しだけ喧嘩しちゃったこともあったけど。
Ah, you're right. We did have misunderstandings like that.
もうちゃんと言ってくれなきゃわからないよ。いっぱい心配しちゃったんだからね。
I wasn't cheating, you know. And of course, I wouldn't cheat from now on either. From now on? What do you mean now on?
わかってる？違うもん。そういうことが言いたいんじゃなくって。
Haru puffed out her cheeks and said, Honestly, you just don't get it at all. We shared a quiet laugh. Jitsuwa. The truth is, I wanted to give you this ring, Haru. In front of all the people who care about us. I had kept it until tonight, wanting them to bless us, but
私と結婚してくれますか？
those were the words and feelings Haru had conveyed to me. Until today, I haven't clearly answered those words because I was still a child, because it could have ended up as just empty words. That's why, until I can truly feel I made up my own Yume come true, grown up, and become someone. That's how I had sworn to myself. Now it should be fine. I've become an adult. I should probably be someone my childhood self wouldn't be ashamed of. No, I'm going to become that person starting now. So this time, I want to tell you from me. I knelt on one knee before Haru. I swear to love you, Haru. Only you for the rest of my life. And then like an old foreign hero, I took Haru's hand. Will you marry me? I looked straight at Haru and said that. Haru remained smiling. She said, please, and nodded.
私も大河君、私もあなたのことを、あなた一人だけのことを生涯愛すると誓います。
I smiled back and responded, Yeah, shiteru.
それ。
We laugh. Why, I wonder? I can't hear their voices. I can't see their forms. I probably can't even touch them, but it's strange. Right now, here, it feels as if countless miles are enveloping us, believing that all those feelings will forever watch over our lives with care. I place the ring on Haru's ring finger. I distinctly heard the faint sound of a bell. From here on, the best life awaits us together. Only such premonitions blossom, never ceasing. And that is Haru's route. Thoughts? I can see why the two previous routes were important for Haru's route, and it's a route that really built upon like everything we learned from the previous two routes, and I felt it is a stronger route between the previous two. I mean, Chiwa's route comes close, but like it's different. I don't know. I guess when it comes to things it had to say, I think it had a lot of things to say which built upon like stuff that you learned for the previous route, especially for Chiwa's route. Honestly, I can't remember what's the deal with Hiyori's route. Like what are you trying to what was the thing that you what was the thing you were getting out from that route? This really builds up. I would say it builds upon like Chiwa's route. Like Hiyori's route really does feel like more like a world building route, and then the setup for like the whole Toya thing. But then again, we find out, of course, Toya and Toya, the dude, and then his daughter, who happens to be also Haru's Okasan. Jesus, man. But I think a lot of this really relied on like I don't know. I'm thinking about like how at the end you really each time you hear the bell, the way I interpret that is like Kuro sacrificing something about herself, you know. In every well, in Chiwa in this route, Kuro is obviously sacrificing a lot. Although in Hiyori's, Nana-chan was the one who did the final sacrifice, who was helping out Hiyori and all, because of course we find out that Nana-chan. I'm still kind of vaguely about that. I'm still kind of vague there, but like because remember that Nana-chan has like stores memories of people who passed through like the Densha in that place, but the way I interpret it is that she was Hiyori's mom reborn, you know, because you know that does happen, and they did set up the whole route that Toya's friend becomes creature Yoro no Ikumano, so creature of the night. So that's how I interpret it. Anyway, but like for Kuro, you can tell that a lot of this was really hard carried by Kuro behind the scenes, man. There's so many things, like without Kuro's subtle intervention, in a lot of things in Haru's route, there was no way they were going to have a happy ending, man. And also, like, I mean, even Kuroa brought fulfilled Haru's Yume to meet her kind mom, the kind mom who would protect her from misfortunes. Like, seriously, this is where you realize that Kuroa is really had to hard carry a lot in this route, man. But I really do like the message where I guess it's summarized at just before Haru confesses about like having the courage. You know, I like that one line about Kuro saying about like it wasn't the maho that humans have isn't really about like their Sazoriku or something like that. Like, no, I mean it's the Sazoriku, but like more of Sozo. Like a lot of beings are capable of imagining things, but humans, from what she said, is more like Dayuki to go on, to keep going, you know, to go reach your dreams and all that shit. Something that's implied that the Yoru no Ikumano don't have. That's the thing they don't actually have. But then again, we do see Nahato to some extent. We do see Nahato showing that, but it's really the courage, you know. I'm pretty sure there's a lot more things. Yeah, I also teared up during that final moment with Asai-san. Like, a lot of things clicked for me for that straight up moment, you know. I remember how much in the comment route they emphasized how Asai-san did her best to help Taiga out of his desire to die in the most worst possible way. She started out with cooking delicious meals, you know, acting as like a mother figure to him. And he inherited that. All Haru, Taiga would always inherit that trait. And then in a timeline where, you know, in the timeline where the future happens, I don't know, man. I'm confused if like Toya the dude will always never come back. Like, we know that he dies in Chiwa's route. We also don't know if that but I also don't know if that means that like because of his acting thing that he's doing for Chiwa, like even if Chiwa ends up not finding like someone she could be with, does Toya end up not having to return back home no matter what, because you know he's fulfilling his duty as acting like a dad, right? And he takes it seriously for the stuff that his inhuman family, you know, all that shit. I guess maybe that's the case, that no matter what he doesn't come back. But anyway, so Toya, you know, goes through the whole situation, and then the Emiya Taiga. The Emiya Taiga. Oh, Taiga of Hasty Night. Anyway, the Emiya Taiga. That's such a dream for so many people. The Taiga route. Anyway. Anyway. So, you know, he passes along the stuff that he felt that saved his life with Asai-san, and Haru does end up being like, you know, all it brings. It's a chain of things, man. It's a chain of a lot of things. So I really like that. There's also the whole thing about the live beautifully. Utsukushi Ikeru or something like that. Maybe I don't know. I'll watch the VODs. But there was a lot of that emphasis because, you know, it's been like a great deal about the whole family situation, the inhuman family situation being a group of like artisans who have a treatment of like people who couldn't like be artistic, would have artistic talent, and then we saw that both in Azusa and Tomohito's story, and then Asai-san. Asai-san. Also in Haru's story. Sorry, Haru's story, because Asai-san's the one who said live beautifully. That well, Asai-san kind of repeated something that also Azusa also said, that well, not necessarily repeated. Wait, I'm getting confused. But like, okay, the point. Let's just focus on Asai-san talking about living life. You know, if not through artistic works, you know, not through artistic works like paintings, songs. If you don't have something like that, you can, you know, the art that you can produce could be life itself. You know, you could live your own life beautifully. Oh man, I think I heard that about Sakura no Tokyo. I haven't read that shit, so I've been reading only reviews, so I don't even know how that applies. Maybe this was always the combination of superheat and anyway, I don't know. I'll wait for the translation for that. But for here, let's stick with Sakura Moyu. For here, you know, if you're not artistic and like being able to create artistic works, then how you live your life, you can go about it artistically, if you know what I mean. That also applies with like the Azusa Tomohito stuff, because Azusa commented on how Tomohito's smile was in itself like even if he's not initially talented, of course Azusa had to sacrifice herself to give him inspiration. Actually, that's all that happened, like, right? Anyway, his smile alone is able to help others and all that. Well, technically, I mean, even after the end of the whole Azusa Tomohito story arc thing here, technically he's still not yet talented to make music, but all he had, the only thing that Damaho did was just like remind him of the time when he was walking with Azusa, you know, and then they started humming, you know, the sight of the sakura, and then that whole memory just turned to as something he wants to deliver to the future, and also being able to say something to the other Azusa as well. You know, I'm always coming back to like what Asai-san said about like how works of art, you know, they travel across time, you know, like something you could send to the future, you know. Like this story, you know, it was released in 2019. I'm reading this, quote unquote reading, because you know, in 2025, and some people read 30-year-old VNs and still play games from 30 years ago, or even movies from whatever. Yeah, there's a whole lot of that. But in connection to like the narrative, you know, there's a lot of weird ass timey-wimey shit. It really goes how from timeline A, you know, just affecting Haru from there affects like the Haru in another timeline who goes back to her own past, which is the future. No, she doesn't even go back to the future. She thought about that future. There's a lot of things going on, man. The whole timey-wimey world line stuff, timeline world line whatever stuff is it's such a setup for like, I don't know, if you're feeling like that's a big thing that you had to worry about, that affects your enjoyment of the story, like if you want to stay things consistent. But then again, this is literally a story about Maho Shoujo and where Maho exists in a alternative world where you can imagine things to have come true and all that. At that point, just give up, man. just focus on the themes and the stories. Just don't think about it, man. At this point, just don't think about it. This is literally where magic exists. It's different if it's like a scientific story. That's where you should get really anal about like the whole fucking time mechanics and is it consistent or not. One thing I would say that there's a lot of really dragging narrative. Like, I'll admit, like during the whole sequence when Haru was talking with her mom, I felt so many times that like they could have made that quite shorter, like, And there's a lot of those lines where we essentially already know, but like essentially we already know what's happened and why things didn't happen. Like there was this the second to the last use of the Mahono Dangan when he approaches Haru. He talks about the whole entire thing about like him knowing, telling her about like he knows her the real Maho that she wished for, and then there were a couple of lines that essentially repeated as if the author knew like the person who was reading this story would stop reading it for a while. He probably considered people taking breaks and then picking it up and just repeating some stuff that like will re-explain things. Well, maybe that is how he intended to write it, but it's like, if you're reading this in a kind of in the binge-like manner, like I wouldn't even say binge what I'm doing right now, but if you're reading it like in a continuous session and you move from one scene to the next scene, it's like, bro, I already know. Stop insulting my intelligence or memory. But I understand. Some people just sometimes take breaks, and then they end up reading VNs for like over a year that you could read in like an entire month. But it happens. And I know this is the kind of story that the pacing's all over the place. It's not as if it's built like you should read. It's built like you shouldn't read it in the pace that we're going right now. Like it's as if it's built to something you read across like a year or something. I don't know. That's how it feels like to me. And not just that. It's something like you pick it up, you read it, and then you read it next time 2 weeks from now or something. I don't know, man. But it's very hurtful if it hurts if you're reading this like continuously. Like, I mean, our pace right now is just like almost every day, right? So even at the everyday pace, it's so painful. All right, that is Haru's route. I'm gonna do some editing and I'll be doing some uploading. Then I'll start Kuro's route. I could only do like a short read through today. I have a concert to go to tonight. It's the Death Stranding concert. Nice. But like I'll get started with Kuro's route. I want to get started because the way Haru's route ended, you really know Kuro just really hard carried a lot of things. She really did a lot of things that it's so impossible. Like everything that clinched to make this route, to have them Shiawase no Owari, it is hard carried by Kuro, man. So you can't help but feel like, damn. Anyway, that's it. And yeah, I'll see you guys on the next upload. Ciao.